What happens when a woman rises to power in a world that believes her voice should be silenced? Beneath the weight of centuries-old oppression and the clang of swords, a storm brews in ancient Israel, a land gripped by fear, betrayal, and a desperate longing for salvation. As the sun sinks low, casting an eerie glow over the jagged hills and parched earth, a figure stands poised upon the precipice of destiny. Deborah, the prophetess, the judge, the warrior of a nation too long shackled by its own cowardice. The air crackles with tension. Her people whisper of doom in the shadows, their hearts heavy with dread as the iron chariots of Sisera loom just beyond the horizon. Merciless and hungry for blood, Deborah's eyes, fierce and unwavering, pierce through the encroaching darkness. She has seen visions that chill the soul, glimpses of battles fought and lost, of cries for help swallowed by the winds. The weight of her calling hangs heavy around her neck, yet she stands firm, a beacon of hope in a land drowning in despair. But what price will she pay for her courage? The ground trembles beneath her feet as whispers of rebellion swirl, and her resolve is tested by the very men she seeks to inspire. Barak, the general, hesitates, paralyzed by fear. Will he heed her calls for action, or will doubt hold him captive in a moment when bravery is paramount? The tension thickens, swirling around them like a storm, a prelude to the chaos that lies ahead. In the distance, thunder rumbles ominously, a harbinger of conflict. The armies of Israel stand on the brink of annihilation, while Deborah's heart pounds with the weight of prophecy. She knows the battle will not just be fought with swords and shields, but with faith and determination. As darkness descends, so too does the realization that change is a double-edged sword, cutting through complacency and awakening the slumbering spirit of her people. Yet, the forces of evil stand ready, their eyes gleaming with malice, intent on crushing any flicker of resistance. Sisera's cold laughter echoes through the night, a chilling reminder that victories are never guaranteed and sacrifices are often steep. Deborah feels the pulse of history thrumming in her veins, a relentless call to rise, to lead, to fight not only for survival, but for a legacy that will echo through time. As the first light of dawn breaks, illuminating the silhouettes of warriors preparing for battle, the question lingers in the air, heavy with portent. Will Deborah's courage spark a revolution, or will it extinguish in the face of overwhelming odds? The fate of a nation hangs in the balance, poised on the edge of a knife, waiting for a single moment of choice that could change everything. The story of Deborah is not just one of a woman. It is a testament to the unyielding spirit of those who dare to defy fate. In this crucible of conflict, history breathes, and the echoes of the past meld into the present, demanding to be heard. A flickering candle casts shadows on the stone walls of a modest home, as a mother crouches beside a fire, her hands busy preparing a simple meal. Outside, the winds howl through the arid hills of ancient Israel, carrying whispers of distant battles and the cries of families torn apart by violence. It is a land steeped in dreams and despair, a land where the lines between joy and sorrow blur like the colors of the sunset over the rugged terrain. This is where the story of a nation unfolds, rich with belief, strife, and a yearning that courses through the very veins of its people. In the beginning, there was chaos, a swirl of tribes and clans scattered across a landscape dotted with olive trees, fertile valleys, and sun-baked deserts. Each tribe held its own stories, its own gods, and its own sense of purpose. Yet, amidst the disarray, a voice emerged, calling for unity, for identity, for a land to call home. The Israelites, a nomadic people, journeyed from the shadows of Egypt, led by a figure whose very presence commanded attention: Moses. His outstretched arms held the weight of a promise, a hope for freedom that resonated deeply. The parting of the Red Sea was not merely a miracle. It represented the birth of a nation, forged in the flames of struggle and the desire for something greater. As the Israelites wandered the desert, they faced trials that would shake the very foundations of their faith. The golden calf, an idol born from doubt and fear, became a symbol of their struggle to trust in the unseen. Yet, out of that turmoil came the 10 Commandments, a divine blueprint for living. With these words etched in stone, they carried a vision of justice, community, and a relationship with the divine that had never before been articulated. The covenant was formed, a sacred agreement between God and the Israelites that promised land, heritage, and identity. The mountains echoed with their cries of joy as they embraced their new reality, but the shadows of doubt lingered. Eventually, after years of wandering, they arrived in Canaan, a land flowing with milk and honey. But it was not the peaceful paradise they had envisioned. The promised land was already inhabited, guarded fiercely by the Canaanites. Blood spilled upon the earth as battles raged, each clash marked by the fervent belief that God stood with them. The walls of Jericho fell, not from brute force alone, but through faith and unity, a harrowing testament to what they could achieve together. With each victory, their sense of identity solidified, yet the struggle continued. The judges emerged, figures like Deborah and Gideon, serving as both leaders and warriors in a time when chaos threatened to unravel all they had built. Their stories were woven into the fabric of Israel, tales of bravery that inspired, yet also a reminder of fragility. The yearning for a king grew louder, as the people looked around and saw the nations around them, glittering with power and status. They wanted to be like them, to have a leader to unite them and defend their land. Saul was their answer, a tall and imposing figure, chosen to wear the crown. Yet with power came the weight of expectation and the darkness of jealousy. As Saul struggled against his own demons, another awaited in the wings. David, the shepherd boy whose music soothed the king's troubled soul. The epic confrontation with Goliath unfolded like a tale from the heavens, a clash not just of swords but of ideologies. The underdog prevailed, and with him came a new kind of hope, a belief that even the smallest among them could achieve greatness. David's reign transformed Israel. He conquered Jerusalem, establishing it as the capital, the very heart of the nation. The Ark of the Covenant, a symbol of God's presence, was brought to the city, and joy filled the streets. But with triumph came scars, betrayal, war, and the painful consequences of sin. David's personal struggles mirrored the nation's turmoil, a reminder that even the greatest among them were still human, wrestling with their flaws. Solomon followed, his wisdom renowned, his wealth unmatched. The temple he built became a sacred space, a place where heaven and earth met. The world looked on in awe, but beneath the surface, cracks began to form. The kingdom grew divided, tensions simmering between the north and south, until the inevitable split shattered the unity they had fought so hard to build. The northern kingdom of Israel and the southern kingdom of Judah each carved out their path, marked by kings who alternated between faithfulness and folly. Prophets roamed the land, their voices rising like smoke from a summer fire, calling out injustice and idolatry. They spoke of impending doom, of a time when the very walls of Jerusalem would crumble under the weight of their disobedience. Yet, amidst the warnings, there were threads of hope. They foretold of a Messiah, a future Savior who would come to redeem and restore. The people clung to these words, even as the shadow of foreign empires loomed larger. The Assyrians swept through like a storm, their armies ruthless and relentless. The northern kingdom fell, taking with it the dreams of a united Israel. Judah, though still standing, was not immune to the tide of destruction. The Babylonians soon followed, laying siege to Jerusalem, a city that had become a symbol of resilience and faith. The temple, the very heart of their worship, was destroyed, and the people were led into exile, a harrowing experience that shattered lives and dreams, and yet somehow deepened their faith. Amidst the ruins, the people began to dream again. They gathered and whispered prayers, reciting their history, reminding one another of who they were and whose they were. Those whispers grew louder, echoing through the valleys and across the hills, as they looked toward a future filled with both uncertainty and promise. Through the cycles of destruction and rebirth, the story of ancient Israel was written, a tapestry of faith and resilience, where each thread represented the lives of those who dared to believe in a better tomorrow. The pulse of ancient Israel throbbed with the weight of history, echoing the dreams of a people who sought not just a land, but a legacy that would transcend the ages. In a dusty village under the relentless sun, the laughter of children blended with the rhythmic sound of grinding grain. A young woman named Miriam stood at the entrance of her modest home, her hands busy shaping dough for the evening meal. As she worked, her thoughts were consumed by the weight of her daily life, the responsibilities that never seemed to end. She was the keeper of her family's heritage, the silent thread weaving together the fabric of her household. The vibrant colors of her world were painted with the stories of the women before her, her mother, her grandmother, who had all walked the same path, their voices echoing through time. In ancient Israel, women like Miriam were the unsung heroes of society, wielding power not through swords or crowns, but through the art of nurturing and the strength of resilience. They were mothers, daughters, and wives, entrusted with the sacred duty of raising the next generation and preserving the culture. Their lives were a tapestry of trials and triumphs, woven together with love, sacrifice, and an unbreakable spirit. The air was thick with unspoken dreams and desires, often hidden beneath the surface of daily chores and obligations. Miriam's days began at dawn, as the sun peeked over the hills, casting a golden light on the fields of barley. She would rise with the roosters, her heart racing with the anticipation of a new day. The responsibilities weighed heavily on her shoulders, fetching water from the well, tending to the children, and ensuring that the household ran smoothly. Yet, amid the toil, there were moments that sparked joy. Her daughter, little Leah, would cling to her side, her bright eyes wide with curiosity, asking questions that tugged at Miriam's heartstrings. It was in those fleeting moments of laughter and tenderness that Miriam found her strength, a flicker of hope in the relentless rhythm of life. But the shadows of expectation loomed large. The society around her was steeped in tradition, where women were often seen as extensions of their fathers or husbands, their worth measured by their ability to bear children and uphold familial honor. The whispers of the village could be harsh, yet Miriam stood tall, knowing that her worth was not defined solely by the roles thrust upon her. The stories of women like Deborah, who had led battles with unwavering courage, resonated in her heart. Miriam felt a stirring within her, a yearning for something more than the confines of her daily existence. As dusk fell, the village came alive with the sounds of celebration. The harvest festival was upon them, a time of feasting and joy. Women adorned in colorful garments danced under the stars, their laughter echoing through the night. Miriam could hardly contain her excitement as she joined her friends. The weight of her responsibilities momentarily lifted. The air was thick with the aroma of roasted lamb and sweet pastries, mingling with the joyous cries of children playing in the shadows. In this moment, surrounded by the warmth of community, Miriam felt a profound connection to the generations of women who had danced before her, their spirits woven into the very fabric of her being. Yet, as the evening wore on, the reality of her life crept back in. The joy of the festival faded into the background as she returned to her home, the darkness settling around her like a heavy cloak. Her husband, Ephraim, had become increasingly distant, consumed by the pressures of providing for their family. The silence between them hung heavily in the air, punctuated only by the soft cries of their children. Miriam longed for connection, for a shared understanding, but the weight of expectation suffocated their conversations. She yearned to be seen, to be heard, not just as a wife and mother, but as a woman with dreams and aspirations of her own. On a fateful day, a group of traveling merchants arrived in the village, bringing with them stories from far-off lands. Miriam's heart raced with excitement as she listened to their tales of adventure and grand cities. The merchants spoke of women in other cultures who had gained power and influence, who were revered as leaders and thinkers. Miriam felt a spark of defiance ignite within her. Why could she not aspire to more than the roles that had been laid out for her? The thought sent shivers down her spine, filling her with an exhilarating sense of possibility. That night, as she lay awake, Miriam's mind raced with visions of a different life. She envisioned herself standing before her community, sharing her wisdom and insights, not just as a voice among many, but as a leader in her own right. The dream felt almost tangible, like the cool breeze that whispered through the window, promising change. She thought of the women who had shaped her, strong, resilient, and fiercely protective of their families. If they could overcome the challenges of their time, what could she achieve? The next morning, as dawn broke, Miriam approached the village elders, her heart pounding in her chest. The air felt charged, electric with the possibilities of what could be. When she spoke, her voice trembled, but the conviction behind her words was undeniable. She urged them to consider the potential of women, to acknowledge the strength that lay within each one. The elders listened, their expressions a mix of surprise and curiosity, as her words wove a thread of hope through the gathering. Yet, not everyone was ready to embrace this change. The murmur of dissent began to rise, voices raised in objection. "A woman's place is in the home," some said, their words sharp as daggers. Miriam felt a wave of fear wash over her, but she stood her ground, her heart pounding like a war drum. The tension in the air was palpable, a storm brewing on the horizon of tradition. She knew the path ahead would not be easy, but the flicker of change ignited a fire within her that could not be extinguished. As she returned to her home, the weight of her convictions pressed heavily upon her, mingling with the warmth of her children's laughter. Her bond with Leah deepened, and she began to share the stories of the brave women of their ancestry, instilling in her daughter a sense of pride and possibility. Miriam's heart swelled with a fierce determination. She would not only raise her children, she would raise their aspirations, opening their eyes to a world beyond the familiar confines of their village. The struggle for recognition and respect lay ahead, each day a testament to the strength of women determined to carve their own paths. The community would either embrace this change or it would resist, but one thing was certain. Miriam's voice had been heard, and the echoes of her courage would resonate far beyond the borders of her village, reaching into the hearts of women who longed for the same liberation. With every passing day, the rhythm of her life began to shift. The soil of possibility had been tilled, and the seeds of change were beginning to sprout, vibrant and defiant, challenging the very foundations of ancient traditions. Miriam stood at the precipice of a new era, her heart pounding with the thrill of uncertainty, ready to fight for the future of the women who would come after her. In a land where shadows stretched long over the hills and the air crackled with the tension of untold tales, the people of Israel stood at the edge of despair. Each day felt heavier than the last, burdened by the weight of cycles that spun round and round like a relentless storm. The sun dipped low, painting the horizon with hues of crimson and gold, a silent witness to the turmoil that gripped a nation. This was not just any story. It was a saga woven with the threads of heroism, betrayal, and the desperate search for redemption. The Book of Judges opens a window to this tumultuous period, a time when the Israelites found themselves caught in a web of chaos. The structure of the narrative is both intricate and haunting. It unfolds through a series of dramatic episodes, depicting a recurring cycle of sin, oppression, repentance, and deliverance. Each cycle pulls the reader deeper into the emotional landscape of a people who oscillate between faith and fear, hope and despair. The rhythm of the tales shifts gracefully, sometimes slow and melancholic, at other times racing with adrenaline-fueled action, echoing the heartbeat of a nation on the brink. There was Othniel, the first judge, rising from the ashes of complacency to answer the anguished cries of his people. Like a knight in tarnished armor, he rallied the weary and downtrodden, igniting a flicker of hope in their hearts. The battle against Mesopotamia's king Cushon-Rishathaim was fierce, a clash of wills that reverberated through the ages. Victory came not just from swords clashing but from the courage to believe that change was possible. With each swing of the sword, each shout of defiance, the Israelites were reminded that they were not merely victims of their circumstances. They were warriors of their fate. Then emerged Ehud, a left-handed hero with a daring plan that sent shivers down the spines of oppressors. In the dark corridors of power, where fear reigned supreme, he slipped through unnoticed. With a heart pounding like a war drum, he delivered justice in a most unexpected way. The thrill of his cunning made the air electric, as if the very walls held their breath, witnessing a tale of revenge spun from the threads of deception. The tension held its grip, and with every twist of the narrative, it became clear that this was more than a story of one man. It was a testament to the resilience found in the unlikeliest of heroes. But the darkness was not yet vanquished. The cycle continued, and the Israelites found themselves under the thumb of the cruel Canaanites, led by the terrifying Sisera. In this despair, the story took a turn towards the extraordinary with Deborah, a prophetess and judge whose very presence ignited a fierce determination in her people. She stood tall amidst the chaos, her spirit a beacon of light in the murky depths of oppression. The clash of armies became a dance of destiny, and the earth itself seemed to tremble as the battlefield became a stage for divine intervention. Barak led the charge, but it was Deborah's words that transformed fear into fervor. When she declared, "The Lord will go before you," the air thickened with possibility, a testament to the power of faith weaving through their uncertainty. As the tale unfolded, the characters wrestled not only with external foes, but with their own hearts. Each judge reflected the struggles of the Israelites, revealing their flaws and fears in stark relief. Gideon, once a trembling figure hiding from his enemies, became a symbol of courage against insurmountable odds. His story echoed with the cries of a battered nation yearning for assurance, building suspense as he faced a massive Midianite army with a mere 300 men. The odds seemed impossibly stacked against him. Hope flickered like a candle in a storm. But in that moment, as the night was pierced by the shouts of victory, the realization washed over the spectators. Sometimes, faith and a little courage could tilt the balance of fate. Samson, the most enigmatic of judges, brought a different flavor to the unfolding saga. With strength that could shatter chains and a heart torn between love and vengeance, his story was a wild whirlwind of passion and tragedy. His battles against the Philistines were brutal yet fascinating, each feat more astonishing than the last. Yet, in the midst of his triumphs, there lay the haunting reminder of his vulnerability, a mirror reflecting the weaknesses that dwelled in the hearts of men. The crushing weight of betrayal by Delilah echoed the very essence of human frailty, making the air thick with the tension of impending doom. The moment he fell from grace, the silence that enveloped the land was deafening. It was a poignant reminder that even the mightiest could falter. With each judge, the narrative spiraled deeper into the core of human experience. Jephthah, cast aside and misunderstood, made a desperate vow that would lead him to tragedy. His story, steeped in sorrow and sacrifice, echoed through the ages, a cautionary tale that resonated with the choices we make and the consequences we bear. The climactic battles were but a backdrop to the sobering reality of the human condition, an unending struggle against obstacles both within and without. Even the last judge, Samuel, bore witness to the ever-spiraling descent into chaos, a poignant reminder that the cycle of sin and redemption was far from over. The Israelites cried out for a king, yearning for a figure who could guide them away from their turmoil. Yet, in their quest for security, they veered dangerously close to losing the very essence of what made them unique, a relationship with the divine, the heart that beat fiercely within their communal spirit. The Book of Judges, with its tapestry of stories, encapsulates the profound depths of human emotion. It is a collection of tales that transcends time, illuminating the struggles that define us all. In the echoes of battles fought and hearts broken, a deeper truth emerges, one that reverberates through history. The Israelites, caught in a relentless cycle, were not just fighting for survival. They were on a quest for identity, grappling with the very essence of what it meant to belong, to be free. As the sun set on the tumultuous tale of Judges, the stage was set for what lay ahead. The shadows of the past loomed large, but within the hearts of the people flickered the promise of a new dawn, one that would bring challenges yet unseen, a transformation that would shift the very foundation of their existence. As they stood on the precipice of change, the questions lingered in the air. What would they choose? Would they rise once more, or would they succumb to the chaos that threatened to envelop them? The answers lay just beyond the horizon, waiting to unfold in the next chapter, urging the reader to hold their breath and turn the page. The sun dipped low on the horizon, painting the sky with shades of red and gold as the ancient land of Israel held its breath. In those fleeting moments, it felt as though time itself paused, teetering on the edge of a memory of a people chosen, blessed, yet forever caught in a relentless cycle. The scent of history lingered in the air, heavy with the weight of rebellion and redemption. It was a cycle that echoed through the ages, where the cries of the faithful mingled with the whispers of the wayward. In the days of the judges, Israel stood proud and free, hearts ablaze with the fire of devotion. Yet, as the sun set on their glory, shadows crept in. The people, once united under the banner of their God, began to stray. The allure of the neighboring nations, with their gleaming idols and seductive practices, became too much to resist. It started softly, a whispered temptation here, a small compromise there, until faith itself seemed to fade like the twilight. Every small step away from God was a leap into darkness, where disobedience danced with despair. Suddenly, the land was filled with silence, a silence that spoke volumes. The absence of God's voice. The Israelites, succumbing to their desires, found themselves in the grip of their own making. War broke out, and the once vibrant nation was plunged into chaos. Oppressors descended like vultures, preying on the weak and the lost. Families were torn apart, and faith flickered like a dying flame. The cries of the oppressed resonated through the mountains and valleys, a haunting echo that reached even the heavens. Yet, in the midst of despair, a glimmer of hope remained. Could it be that redemption was just around the corner? The prophets roamed the land, voices raised like trumpets, calling the people back to their roots. "Return to your God," they pleaded, their hearts breaking for a nation that had forgotten its first love. They spoke of mercy and grace, of a God whose patience was as vast as the desert sky. But the people, blinded by their desires, turned a deaf ear, clinging to their false gods with a fierce loyalty that belied their faith. As the years passed, the cycle continued, a spiraling descent into darkness followed by a desperate cry for salvation. Each time Israel fell, each time they turned from their Creator, there was a moment, a breathtaking encounter that would change everything. A judge would rise, a warrior filled with the Spirit, leading the people back to their rightful place. These moments were electric, charged with the promise of a new beginning. There was Deborah, whose wisdom shone like the morning sun, and Gideon, who faced impossible odds with nothing but a handful of brave souls and an unshakable faith. With each victory, the land would briefly pulse with life again, flowers blooming where despair had reigned. But life is rarely so simple. As soon as peace came, complacency followed. The people, once again lulled into a false sense of security, would forget the past struggles, the bondage, and the cries for help. They built their altars to foreign gods, their hearts drifting further away from the one who had saved them. The tension was palpable as history repeated itself. Rebellion, oppression, repentance, and redemption. Each cycle felt like a storm brewing on the horizon, dark clouds of doubt overshadowing the flickering light of faith. The Israelites, caught in their own web of choices, always finding themselves back at square one, yearning for a love that seemed just out of reach. Would they ever learn? Would they ever remember the goodness of their God? The land quaked with their choices, each rebellion a tremor that shook the very foundation of their faith. The stories of their past became only tales told to children, tales that seemed distant and unreal. And yet, hope was never entirely extinguished. In the depths of despair, a whisper would rise once more. The stories of deliverance would ignite something deep within, a flicker of recognition that they were still the people of the promise. In time, kings arose, each one carrying the weight of expectation and the burden of history. Some led with their hearts aligned with God, igniting a flame of revival, while others plunged the nation deeper into darkness, their hearts hardened against the cries of their people. The tension was electric, each king's reign a dance with destiny. Would they remember the lessons of their ancestors? Would they heed the call of the past? Or would they too be swallowed by their desires? And there, in the shadows of the kingdom, the prophets continued their unyielding call. Their words rang out like thunder, piercing through the heavy air. They spoke of justice and truth, urging the people to return to their roots, to remember the God who delivered them from slavery. But the people, lured by the false promises of power and wealth, often turned away again, caught in that relentless cycle, the bitter taste of rebellion mingling with the sweet promise of redemption. Israel's story is more than a tale of ancient times. It's a mirror reflecting humanity's struggle. Each rebellion is a heart turned away from love. Each redemption is a reminder of grace that never really fades. The tension between rebellion and redemption pulsates through every story, every moment. It's a dance of despair and hope, a yearning for something greater, something eternal. As the sun set that evening over the ancient hills, the winds whispered through the valleys, carrying the voices of the ancestors. Would the people remember? Would they rise up once more, ready to face the cycle with courage, or would they fall into the depths of their choices, bound by the chains of their own making? The land held its breath, waiting for the next chapter to unfold. A story yet to be written, forever entwined in the cycle of apostasy and redemption. In a world teetering on the precipice of chaos, where the air crackled with the tension of impending battle, one woman stood at the crossroads of destiny, her heart pounding like a war drum. Deborah, a figure cloaked in courage and wisdom, was more than just a judge. She was a beacon of hope in an era where darkness threatened to swallow the light. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the land, the people of Israel looked to her, their eyes filled with a mix of fear and desperate longing. The whispers of discontent echoed through the valleys, tales of oppression and despair woven into the fabric of everyday life. The Canaanite army, fierce and well-armed, loomed like a storm on the horizon, their chariots glinting ominously in the fading sunlight. It was a time when the cries of the people mingled with the cries of their children, a symphony of sorrow that reached all the way to the heavens. Deborah understood this pain. She felt it in her bones, like a relentless ache that would not subside. With the weight of her people upon her shoulders, Deborah convened a meeting under the sacred palm tree of Deborah, a symbol of wisdom, strength, and sanctuary. The air was thick with tension as she gathered the leaders of the tribes. Their faces were etched with worry, and the flicker of doubt danced in their eyes. As she spoke, her voice was steady, imbued with an authority that demanded respect. "The time has come to rise," she declared, her words cutting through the air like a sword. "We cannot cower in the shadows any longer. The Lord has given us a chance to reclaim our freedom." A shiver ran down the spine of Barak, the general of Israel, who stood before her, uncertainty swirling within him like a tempest. His hands trembled slightly, betraying the turmoil in his mind. "But what if we fail?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper, as if the very act of speaking his fears could summon them into reality. Deborah met his gaze, her dark eyes shimmering with a fierce resolve. "What if we do not try?" she countered, the fire within her igniting a spark of bravery in those who gathered around her. As the words hung heavy in the air, a palpable shift occurred. The leaders exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between them. The flicker of hope ignited by Deborah's unwavering spirit began to take root, growing stronger with each heartbeat. They needed her. They needed her vision, her strength, and her faith in them. The blood-stained soil of their homeland had cried out for justice for far too long. With the night cloaking them in darkness, plans were forged in secrecy, the flickering light of torches illuminating fervent faces set on reclaiming their destiny. The thrill of rebellion coursed through their veins, the promise of glory shimmering just out of reach. Deborah's mind raced as she plotted alongside Barak, each strategy more daring than the last. Together, they would draw the Canaanites into the valley, where the advantage would lie with the Israelites. The thought sent a shiver of anticipation through her, mingling with the dread that tinged the edges of her heart. As dawn broke, painting the sky in hues of gold and crimson, the Israelites gathered, a diverse tapestry of faces united by a singular purpose. Deborah stood at the forefront, her spirit unwavering, a warrior in her own right, igniting the flame of courage within those who stood beside her. The air buzzed with an electric energy, the very earth seeming to tremble beneath their feet as they prepared for the battle that would determine their fate. The moment of truth approached, and a hush fell over the crowd. Deborah raised her voice once more, a clarion call that pierced through the fog of fear. "Today, We fight not just for ourselves, but for our children, for our future. The Lord goes before us. A wave of fervor swept through the ranks, hearts pounding in unison, fear transforming into fierce determination. Yet as they marched toward the battlefield, the reality of war loomed large, casting a shadow that threatened to engulf them. The clatter of hooves and the distant rattling of chariots echoed ominously, a reminder that the Canaanites were not just an enemy. They were a force to be reckoned with, a tempest ready to unleash chaos. The battlefield would not be just a clash of swords. It would be a test of wills, a crucible where heroes would be forged in flames of adversity. In that moment, the weight of leadership pressed heavily upon Deborah's shoulders. She could feel the eyes of her people on her, their hopes and fears intermingling as they looked to her for guidance. In the depths of her heart, she felt the pulse of history, the echoes of those who had come before her and those who would come after. This was not just about winning a battle. It was about defining what it meant to be an Israelite, about standing firm in the face of oppression and asserting their right to exist. As the time for battle drew near, a sense of calm settled over her, a divine reassurance that whispered promises of strength and victory. The winds began to shift, carrying with them the scent of impending rain, a blessing from the heavens, perhaps, a reminder that they were not alone in this fight. The sound of the Canaanite chariots grew louder, drowning out the heartbeats of the warriors. Fear threatened to creep back in, but Deborah, with her keen eyes scanning the horizon, felt the stirring of something powerful, a force that transcended mere mortals. It was the spirit of her ancestors, those who had fought and bled for the land, guiding her, urging her to stand firm. She turned to Barak, who was poised at her side, ready to charge into the fray. "Remember, it's not just a battle of arms, it's a battle of faith," she whispered, her voice steady and resolute. Barak met her gaze, the flicker of doubt in his eyes replaced by a fierce determination. With a deep breath, Deborah lifted her head high, ready to lead her people into the storm that awaited them. The battle would be fierce, but this was their moment, a moment that would echo through the ages, a testament to their courage and resolve. As the first clash of swords rang out, the history of Israel began to unfold anew, shaped by a woman whose spirit would not be broken, whose importance would resonate through time. The stage was set, the players ready. The world would bear witness to the indomitable spirit of Deborah, a woman whose legacy would ignite the flames of change, leaving an imprint on history that no force could erase. The battle cry of her people mingled with the roar of the storm, a promise that they would fight, not just for survival, but for the hope of a brighter tomorrow. In the quiet shadows of ancient Israel, a time of turmoil loomed, where fear draped itself like a heavy cloak over the land. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting long shadows that seemed to whisper secrets of impending struggle. The people of Israel were stuck in a cycle of oppression, yearning for a voice to guide them, a glimmer of hope amidst the chaos. And it was here, in the town of Ramah, that a force unlike any other was rising, a woman named Deborah. Deborah stood beneath the fig tree, her presence commanding yet serene, as if the very earth recognized the weight of her calling. She was more than a prophetess. She was a judge, a beacon of strength in a male-dominated society. Her heart beat in rhythm with the cries of her people, filling the air with the promise of change. With every word that flowed from her lips, she wove together the fabric of destiny, stitching hope into the hearts of the weary. The breeze whispered through the branches, carrying with it the murmurs of the people who gathered at her feet, seeking guidance and clarity. Young and old, men and women alike, they traveled from distant lands, drawn by the magnetic pull of her wisdom. Deborah's voice held a power that transcended expectations. She was not merely a woman in a time when women were often silenced. She was a lighthouse, cutting through the fog of uncertainty with her unwavering faith. But Deborah's journey was not without its shadows. The weight of leadership pressed heavily upon her shoulders as she considered the plight of Israel. The memory of Sisera, the ruthless commander of the Canaanite army, haunted her thoughts. His iron chariots gleamed in the sun, a reminder of the fear that gripped the heart of her people. They trembled at the thought of invasion, of losing their homes and loved ones. Yet, within that fear lay the spark of courage waiting to ignite. One fateful day, as the sun broke through the clouds, Deborah felt the stirring of the Lord's voice, a whisper that ignited a fire in her soul. "Arise," it called to her, "and go to Barak. Lead my people to victory." The command was clear yet daunting. Barak, a warrior with a reputation for bravery, was hesitant, unsure if he could trust a woman's words in such a critical hour. But Deborah's strength emanated like an electric current, and she would not be ignored. With a heart full of determination, she sought out Barak, her presence as unwavering as the mountains beyond. As she approached him, the air crackled with tension, anticipation building between them like the churning clouds before a storm. "Barak," she said, her voice steady, "the Lord has commanded you to gather an army and confront Sisera. You will lead Israel to freedom." Barak, taken aback, stared at her as disbelief flickered in his eyes. How could he, a mere man, accept directive from a woman? But as he looked deeper into Deborah's unwavering gaze, he saw the fire of conviction that burned within her. She was not just offering him a command. She was extending a lifeline to a drowning nation. "Go with me," he said at last, the weight of his words echoing in the silence between them. He needed her strength, her insight, her faith. Deborah's heart soared, for she knew the battle ahead would not just be fought with swords and shields, but with faith, courage, and unity. As they marched toward the battlefield, a sense of purpose enveloped them. The troops rallied around Deborah, their fear replaced by a fierce determination as they felt her presence beside Barak. She prayed with them, her voice rising like a chorus to the heavens, seeking favor from the Almighty. The ground beneath them trembled with the weight of their resolve. The clash of iron echoed in the distance as Sisera's forces approached, a wave of darkness threatening to consume the light of hope Deborah had ignited. Yet, she stood tall, her heart unwavering. She felt the rhythm of battle pulsing through her, the drums of war beating in time with her own heartbeat. The moment of confrontation arrived, and chaos erupted around them. Deborah moved among the soldiers, offering words of encouragement, her spirit fierce and unyielding. She was more than a prophetess. She was a warrior, leading her people into the fray. The sound of clashing swords and the cries of the fallen filled the air. But amidst it all, Deborah's voice rang clear, a guiding light in the darkness. With every victory, hope surged through the hearts of Israel. With every defeat of Sisera's men, Deborah's name became synonymous with bravery and authority. She was not merely a woman in a time when women were often pushed aside. She was an emblem of strength, leading her people toward a brighter future. Her prophetic calling had ignited a spark that would not be extinguished. And then, in a moment that would be etched into the annals of history, Sisera fell. The earth trembled beneath the weight of his defeat, and the cries of victory soared high into the sky. It was a triumph not just for Barak or even for Deborah, but for every woman and man who had dared to dream of freedom. As the dust settled, Deborah stood amidst the chaos, her heart swelling with pride and grief for those who had fallen. She tasted the bittersweet flavor of victory, knowing that battles were not won without sacrifice. Around her, the people of Israel rejoiced, but her spirit remained anchored in the weight of her responsibility. She had answered the call, but the journey was far from over. The sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of gold and crimson, a testament to the day's fierce battles and hard-won victories. Yet, as night approached, the shadows of uncertainty lingered in the corners of Deborah's mind. She had led them to this moment, but the future still flickered like a distant star, uncertain and shrouded in darkness. For Deborah, the question loomed larger than life. What now? As the cheers of her people echoed around her, a new calling stirred within, the realization that her journey had just begun. She was not merely a part of history, she was a force of change. With every breath, she would continue to lead, inspire, and challenge the world around her. For Deborah was not just a woman of authority. She was the heartbeat of her nation. And as the first stars began to twinkle in the night sky, the fig tree stood tall and proud, a silent witness to the rise of a leader whose legacy would echo through the ages. The world would remember her not just as Deborah the prophetess, but as Deborah the warrior, who dared to dream, to lead, and to change the course of history forever. In the shimmering heat of the sun, the land seemed to breathe, whispering ancient tales to those brave enough to listen. Beneath the vast sky, a solitary palm stood proud and unwavering, its fronds dancing gently in the warm breeze. This was the palm of Deborah, a sacred spot in the ancient landscape of Israel, where history and destiny intertwined in a dance as old as time itself. The air was thick with stories, and as one approached this hallowed ground, the weight of the past settled upon the shoulders, filling the soul with an inexplicable sense of reverence. It was said that Deborah, the prophetess and judge, had once sat beneath this very palm, dishing out wisdom and guidance to those who sought her counsel. She was more than just a figure of authority. She was a beacon of hope in a time of turmoil, her voice echoing in the valley like an anthem of courage. Here, in this sacred space, decisions that would change the course of history were made. The stories of lives intertwined, of battles fought and won, lingered in the air, thick as the olive oil used in ancient rituals. As the sun dipped lower on the horizon, casting long shadows that danced across the ground, the significance of location became especially poignant. The palm of Deborah was not just a point on a map. It was a symbol of refuge and strength, a place where the desperate sought safety and the weary found solace. Travelers from distant lands would arrive, their hearts heavy with burdens, and here they would find a moment of peace, a chance to regroup before facing the challenges ahead. The very soil beneath the palm was imbued with the energy of those who had come before. The roots seemed to stretch into the earth, intertwining with the dreams and fears of countless souls. The stories of warriors who sought Deborah's guidance, of families who turned to her in times of strife, echoed faintly in the rustling leaves. With each whisper of the wind, the tales of bravery and unwavering faith filled the air, igniting a fire in the hearts of those who dared to listen. Beneath the palm's sprawling canopy, the sun filtered through the leaves, creating a mosaic of light and shadow. It was a place where the divine met the ordinary, where the sacred mingled with the everyday struggles of life. Here, the divine presence felt tangible, a gentle reminder that the path ahead, no matter how treacherous, was not walked alone. Deborah's spirit lingered, a silent protector watching over those who stood in her sacred space. The lush surroundings, dotted with wildflowers and the distant hum of bees, painted a picture of tranquility. Yet beneath this serene facade, tension brewed. The region was fraught with conflict, a battleground for nations clashing for power and land. As the palm swayed in the wind, the cries of battle could almost be heard, ghostly echoes of swords clashing and trumpets blaring. The palm of Deborah had witnessed not just the triumphs of faith but also the agony of defeat. It had stood tall through storms of despair, a testament to resilience. The significance of this location extended beyond its physical beauty. To the people, it was a crossroads of destiny. Here, Deborah summoned Barak, a warrior marked by doubt yet drawn by the strength of her words. The moment was electric. The air crackled with the energy of impending confrontation. Would Barak heed her call, or would fear hold him back? The palm seemed to pulse with anticipation as their fates intertwined under its watchful gaze. As dusk settled in, the shadows elongated, and the air grew cooler. Stories flowed like wine, thick and rich, binding the past and present together. The descendants of those who had once knelt at the palm now stood, gazing at the same gnarled trunk, seeking a connection to their ancestors. They could almost feel the weight of Deborah's wisdom washing over them, instilling hope amidst uncertainty. It was more than a mere gathering. It was a revival of a shared legacy, a call to remember the strength that lay within their blood. Yet with hope came an unsettling undercurrent. The threats that loomed over the land were palpable. Invaders sought to claim what was not theirs, and the weight of impending conflict wrapped around the palm like a shroud. The air grew thick with tension as the sun dipped below the horizon, enveloping the landscape in twilight's embrace. The palm stood stoic, a guardian of stories yet to unfold. What would come next? Would the warriors rise to confront their fears, standing steadfast like the palm that had sheltered generations? Or would they falter, allowing darkness to creep into their hearts? The answers remained elusive, just beyond reach, like the stars that began to twinkle in the night sky. The palm of Deborah was a witness to dreams and despair, a silent participant in the drama of humanity. It beckoned to all who passed by, a reminder of the choices that lay before them. With every passing moment, the significance of the palm grew deeper. It was not just a historical landmark. It was a living testament to the resilience of the human spirit. The stories it held were a tapestry woven with threads of bravery, sacrifice, and unwavering faith. As the last rays of light faded, the palm transformed, illuminated by the soft glow of the moon. It stood as a beacon in the darkness, a guiding light for those who dared to dream and fight for a better tomorrow. The air shimmered with possibilities as hearts raced with anticipation. What was the future that awaited those who sought the wisdom of the palm of Deborah? The winds carried the whispers of destiny, urging them to embrace their path. As the world held its breath, the palm remained a steadfast sentinel, waiting for the next chapter to unfold, the next tale to be written beneath its expansive branches. The saga of Deborah and her sacred palm was far from over. It was merely the beginning of a legacy that would echo through the ages, forever entwined with the land it stood upon. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows across the rugged terrain of ancient Canaan. A chill hung in the air, crackling with anticipation, as warriors gathered, their faces etched with determination. Among them stood Barak, his presence radiating an unyielding confidence that both inspired and terrified. He was not just a leader, he was a beacon of hope for a people caught in the vice of oppression. His eyes, sharp and piercing, reflected the struggles of his people, and his heart pulsed with the weight of their fate. Born into a world of turmoil, Barak was raised in the small tribal territory of Naphtali, nestled between the hills and valleys. His childhood was painted with stories of valor, of ancestors who spoke to the heavens and challenged the mightiest of foes. From a tender age, he absorbed these tales like a sponge, feeling the fire ignite within him, a longing to defend his homeland. The air was thick with the scent of olive trees, a symbol of peace, yet the constant threat of invaders kept that peace always on edge. Barak was not born into privilege. His family, like most, toiled under the sun, farming the land and raising livestock. Every harvest was a gamble, each year a test of their will against the changing seasons and hostile forces. It was this very struggle that shaped him. As a boy, he learned the art of survival, the way of the sword, and how to read the land. He became a master of strategy, knowing that in the heat of battle, every hill, every stream could mean the difference between victory and defeat. In the years leading up to his rise as a military leader, Barak was a man of the people. He listened to their stories, felt their pain, and shared in their dreams. He was not distant, like a king on a throne. He was among them, comforting the grieving, encouraging the weary. It was this bond that would later rally the tribes of Israel when the time for battle approached. But even a leader's heart is not immune to doubt. In the quiet moments, when the campfire flickered and the stars twinkled high above, Barak wrestled with the enormity of his destiny. Could he truly lead them to freedom? The whispers of his ancestors echoed in his mind, urging him to rise to the challenge. When word spread of the impending threat from Sisera, the fearsome commander of the Canaanite army, a shiver ran through the tribes. Under Sisera's command were iron chariots, an unstoppable force that struck terror into the hearts of those who dared oppose him. Yet, the more they feared, the more Barak felt an unshakable resolve. He knew that complacency would only lead to annihilation. Gathering the tribes of Zebulun and Naphtali, he called forth their warriors, his voice steady and unwavering. Come, we will face this darkness together. The day of battle dawned, the sun rising in a blaze of crimson, like the blood that would soon stain the earth. Barak stood at the forefront of his warriors, their eyes reflecting the fiery spirit he ignited within them. A hush fell over the assembled men as they awaited his command. He could feel the weight of their expectations pressing down upon him, but he stood tall, a rock against the storm. He raised his sword, and with a roar that echoed through the valleys, he charged toward the enemy. The clash of metal rang out like thunder, each strike a testament to their courage. Barak fought like a lion, his moves calculated yet fierce. He was not just fighting for land or power, he was fighting for his people, for their right to exist and thrive. Every swing of his sword was a defiance against the chains that bound them. As the battle raged on, screams of agony and shouts of triumph filled the air, a symphony of desperation and hope. But Sisera was no ordinary foe. His forces surged like a tide, overwhelming Barak's troops. It was in that moment of despair that a figure emerged through the chaos, Deborah, the prophetess. Her voice rang clear above the din, a heavenly chorus amidst the earthly fighting. Barak, you must pursue them. God has delivered Sisera into your hands. With renewed vigor, Barak rallied his men, pushing forward with an intensity that came from the very depths of his soul. Every footstep on that blood-soaked ground was a reminder of the sacrifices made, the lives hanging in the balance. The air was thick with adrenaline, and it was almost electric, surging through Barak as he charged alongside his warriors, fear and hope dancing in a delicate balance. As they pushed forward, they began to turn the tide of battle. The Canaanite chariots faltered, their iron clattering uselessly in the face of sheer willpower. Soon, Sisera, realizing the tide had turned against him, abandoned his chariot and fled into the wilderness, seeking refuge among the very people he had sought to oppress. Barak, driven by the flames of vengeance and justice, pursued him relentlessly. The chase was fueled by a desire not just to defeat an enemy, but to reclaim dignity for his people, to shatter the chains that had held them captive for far too long. With every step, Barak felt history shifting beneath his feet. He was not just a man, he was a symbol, a warrior in a time of dire need. His heart thumped with the rhythm of 1,000 warriors before him, and as he pressed on, he felt their spirits alongside him, urging him forward. The battle was not merely a clash of swords. It was a clash of destinies, a moment that would ripple through the ages. But as Sisera sought refuge in the tent of Jael, a seemingly innocent woman with her own motivations, the story took an unforeseen turn. Barak was relentless, his mind sharp, but it was in this moment that destiny twisted once again. In a scene woven with tension and fate, Jael, armed with her own resolve, took matters into her hands. Her actions would seal Sisera's fate, echoing in the annals of history. As Barak approached, the air crackled with the possibility of both triumph and tragedy. Would his quest for justice culminate here? Would the sacrifices of his people finally bear fruit? The weight of the world hung in the balance, the outcome still shrouded in uncertainty. As the sun set on the horizon, painting the sky with hues of orange and crimson, a fitting backdrop for the bloodshed, the bravery, and the bond of a people united under their leader. The air was thick with tension, a palpable energy coursing through the hearts of the Israelites as they gathered in the shadow of Mount Tabor. Whispers of fear and uncertainty mingled with the resolute clang of swords and shields. The stark reality of an impending battle against the oppressive Canaanite army loomed ominously. Yet, amidst the rising anxiety, there was a flicker of something extraordinary. A chance for change, a call to arms, ignited by none other than Deborah, a woman of fierce resolve and unwavering faith. Deborah stood tall and poised, draped in a simple yet dignified garment that accentuated her strength. Her presence commanded attention, and the crowd fell silent. The sun hung low in the sky, casting golden rays that illuminated her determined face. This was not just any ordinary day. This was the day she would lead her people into battle. A woman, not just a prophetess, but a leader, a warrior. As she surveyed the faces before her, a mix of men and women, young and old, she felt their fear, their doubts, yet also their yearning for freedom. "Listen to me," Deborah's voice rang out, clear and strong. "God has spoken. We will rise against our enemies, and we will not falter." The words soared into the air, wrapping around the hearts of those who listened. With each syllable, she wove a tapestry of hope, igniting the flames of courage within them. "Barak," she called, her trusted general, a man who had wavered in his resolve. "Come forth." Barak stepped forward, a mix of admiration and trepidation swirling inside him. "I will go," he said, a hint of uncertainty lacing his voice. "But only if you accompany me, Deborah. Without you, I fear we will fail." Deborah's heart swelled. Here was a man who recognized the power of her presence, and she felt the weight of her destiny pressing down upon her. "I will go," she replied, her eyes ablaze with conviction. "But know this, the glory of victory will not be yours, but a woman's." The murmurs grew louder, a ripple of anticipation weaving through the crowd. Who was this woman to claim such a victory? But in her gaze, they saw the fire of determination and the promise of deliverance. She would not just sit and watch from the sidelines. She would fight alongside them, her spirit intertwined with theirs. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the valley, the Israelites prepared for battle. Deborah gathered her warriors, her heart steady yet racing with the thrill of the unknown. She led them to the foot of Mount Tabor, where the ground thrummed with the energy of the impending clash. Each soldier felt the weight of history on their shoulders, knowing they were part of something monumental. The Canaanite forces were vast, their chariots glinting in the fading sunlight like the scales of a fearsome beast. Deborah's heart pounded as she witnessed the sheer magnitude of the enemy. Yet she stood firm, her resolve unshakable. Today, we fight not just for ourselves, but for our future, for our families, for everything we hold dear. Let us rise and take what is ours. The battle cry erupted like a thunderous wave, echoing across the hills as they charged forward. The Israelites surged, a tide of passion and fury, driven by Deborah's unwavering spirit. She fought alongside them, wielding her sword with grace and strength, her voice ringing out, rallying her warriors amidst the chaos. "Onward! God is with us. Victory is ours." The clash of metal rang in the air, a symphony of war, punctuated by the cries of men and the thundering hooves of horses. Deborah's heart roared with adrenaline, her every move fueled by a fierce determination. She darted between warriors, her presence a beacon of hope and strength. Each swing of her sword, each rallying cry, felt like a spark, igniting the hearts of her people, urging them to push forward. In the midst of the fray, Deborah spotted Barak, surrounded by enemies. Fear clawed at her chest, but she pushed it aside, darting through the chaos to reach him. "Barak, hold fast!" she shouted, slicing her way through the ranks. When she reached him, their eyes met, a shared moment of understanding, of bravery in the face of overwhelming odds. Together, they fought as one, a seamless unity forged in the fires of desperation. The Canaanites staggered under their relentless assault, their confidence faltering as Deborah and Barak led the charge. The tide of battle began to turn, the Israelites finding their rhythm, their voices rising in a chorus of triumph. Yet, as the sun dipped lower, casting the battlefield in shades of crimson, the fight raged on. Sweat dripped from their brows, blurring their vision, but Deborah pushed through. Every blow she landed, every enemy she felled, was a step closer to the freedom they all longed for. She felt the pulse of her people, their hopes intertwined with her own. And then, in a moment that seemed to stretch into eternity, Deborah saw the commander of the Canaanite forces, Sisera, his eyes wide with disbelief as he realized his army was crumbling. Like a lioness protecting her cubs, she surged forward, her heart pounding with the thrill of the hunt. As she closed in on him, with every fiber of her being focused on victory, she felt a whirlwind of emotions. A fierce pride, a daunting responsibility, and an unwavering faith. She was not just a woman. She was a force of nature, a leader whose spirit could not be contained. The clash intensified, each moment a testament to her courage. The battlefield became a tapestry of bravery and sacrifice, and she was right in the thick of it, her heart echoing the battle song of her people. Victory was not just a dream. It was within their grasp, and it was fueled by the call to arms that Deborah had ignited in them. Through the smoke and the din, a singular thought flashed through her mind. They would not be forgotten. The legacy of this day would echo through the ages, and she would be at the forefront of it all. A symbol of strength, faith, and undying courage. On a day thick with tension and the scent of impending rain, the air crackled with unease. In a small, dusty village, nestled between rugged hills, a group of weary warriors gathered in a dimly lit hut. Shadows danced on the walls as a flickering oil lamp cast a warm glow, illuminating their tense faces. They were men who had seen too much, their hands stained with the weight of their choices, their hearts heavy with uncertainty. The room was thick with the scent of sweat and worry, but something else lingered, a whisper that seemed to resonate from the very earth beneath their feet. Outside, the wind howled, carrying with it the distant echoes of a world torn apart by conflict. It was a world that had forgotten what peace felt like, a world where the very name of God was invoked more as a curse than a blessing. The warriors knew they stood at a crossroads, a place where the past clashed violently with their hopes for the future. They had heard the stories of battles fought and lost, heroes who had risen only to fall, and the blood-soaked earth that would not forget. Yet, that evening, a different kind of story began to unfold. A story marked by a divine message that would shake them to their core. As the night deepened, an old man, his face lined with the wisdom of ages and his eyes reflecting the flicker of flames, rose to speak. His voice was gravelly, but each word held the weight of ancient prophecies. "Listen," he urged, his hands trembling slightly as they gripped the wooden table. "God has spoken. A command has come forth, and it is a command for battle." The words hung in the air, heavy and electric, like a storm that has yet to break. The warriors leaned in, their hearts pounding in their chests, hope and dread mingling in their veins. The old man recounted the vision he had seen, a vision of fire and light, of angels wielding swords that glimmered like stars. "In my dream, the heavens opened, and I heard a voice, powerful and commanding," he continued, his voice rising with each syllable. It said, "Arise, my people. The time of your deliverance is at hand. You must march forth and reclaim what has been taken from you." Murmurs of disbelief swept through the group, yet there was something undeniable in the man's fervent tone. Could it be true? Was there a chance for victory? A flicker of hope amidst the darkness? The imagery painted by the old man's words ignited something deep within the hearts of the warriors. They could envision the banners flying high, the clash of swords ringing out across the fields. They could almost taste the sweet air of freedom, the promise of a life unshackled from fear. But doubt crept in like a thief in the night. Would they be strong enough? Could they withstand the storm that was surely coming? Suddenly, a young warrior, barely more than a boy, stood up, his voice shaking yet unwavering. "If God has called us to battle, then who are we to question? We have fought before, and we can fight again." His words hung in the air, igniting a flicker of defiance among the men. They glanced at one another, the fire of determination beginning to burn brighter. They remembered their fallen brothers, the ones who had fought valiantly and had not returned. Their sacrifice now felt like a call to arms. The old man nodded solemnly, his eyes narrowing as he spoke again. "But know this battle will not be fought with swords alone. It will require faith, unity, and the strength of your hearts. The enemy is not just flesh and blood. It is a force that seeks to divide and conquer your very souls." His words struck a chord deep within them. They could feel the weight of the battle ahead, a battle that would test not only their strength but their very spirits. The wind outside howled louder, as if nature itself was responding to the mounting tension. The warriors could feel the ground trembling beneath them, a sign perhaps that the heavens were indeed aligning. They exchanged looks of fierce resolve, and in that moment, a pact was formed, unspoken yet palpable. They would rise together, shoulder to shoulder, as brothers in arms, driven by a divine command that could not be ignored. But just as hope surged, a chilling thought crept into their minds. What if this was merely a dream? What if they marched into battle only to meet their end? Anxiety washed over them like a cold wave, Yet the old man's voice cut through the fear. Remember, the greatest victories often spring from the deepest fears. It is in the face of despair that faith shines the brightest. As dawn began to break, casting a pale light through the cracks in the hut, the warriors felt a shift within themselves. They were no longer just men weary of conflict. They were soldiers of a divine cause, united by purpose and resolve. They took a collective breath, letting their anxieties drift away like fallen leaves in the wind. The command had been given, and now it was time to act. With renewed strength and unbreakable bonds, they stepped out into the morning light, feeling the weight of destiny settling on their shoulders. The world around them seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for the first move in a game of fate. They could hear the distant rumble of drums echoing across the valley. Could it be their hearts pounding in anticipation? Or was it the call to arms reverberating through the land? As they gathered their weapons, the old man's voice echoed in their minds, urging them forward. Go forth with faith. The path may be fraught with peril, but your God walks with you. Fight not just for yourselves, but for all those who cannot, for the oppressed, for the lost, and for the hope of a better tomorrow. And as they marched out from the shadows of the hut into the light of day, a fire ignited within them, a fierce determination to reclaim what was lost. Each warrior carried not only a weapon but the weight of their ancestors' dreams, the whispers of prayers long forgotten, and the undeniable truth that they were called to stand and fight. The battlefield awaited, and they were ready to answer the command that had been etched into their souls. The first clash of steel would be only the beginning, and the echoes of their fight would resonate through history, cementing their legacy in the hearts of generations to come. In the early morning light, the sun spilled golden rays over the ancient hills of Judea, casting long shadows that danced on the rugged ground. The air was thick with anticipation, a palpable tension that hung like a storm cloud ready to burst. Men and women moved with purpose, their faces set in determination as a new chapter of history awaited them. Each heartbeat resonated with the weight of their ancestors, warriors who had once trodden the same land, fighting for the very essence of their existence. Today, they would answer the call. Across the valleys, the sounds of marching feet began to swell, a steady rhythm that echoed the pulse of a nation awakening. Families huddled together in their homes, whispering prayers, their eyes filled with a blend of fear and fierce pride. Soldiers gathered at designated points, their uniforms crisp and their spirits ignited by a profound sense of duty. Every soldier knew that this was not just a fight for territory. It was a fight for the soul of their homeland, a continuation of a struggle that had spanned millennia. In the bustling towns, young recruits stood shoulder to shoulder, nervously clutching their rifles. Some were just boys, barely old enough to be called men, yet they wore their uniforms like armor, ready to defend their people against any threat. Their mothers held them tight, tears glistening in their eyes, whispering words of encouragement, planting seeds of bravery as they sent them off into the unknown. The weight of history bore down on these young souls, each step forward echoing the march of those who had come before. The air crackled with anticipation as more troops converged at designated rallying points. Each soldier was filled with a blend of fear and excitement, hearts racing as they waited for the orders to come. Leaders moved among them, their voices steady, urging courage and resilience in the face of uncertainty. They shared tales of past victories and losses, invoking the names of heroes who had bled on this very soil, their blood a testament to the undying spirit of the people. As the sun climbed higher, the camps transformed into a vibrant tapestry of humanity. Flags fluttered in the breeze, symbols of hope and defiance. Laughter mingled with the sounds of preparation, a stark contrast to the underlying tension that crackled in the air. The soldiers shared stories, some filled with bravado, others tinged with sorrow. Bonds were forged in those moments, an unbreakable connection formed through shared purpose and sacrifice. In the distance, the horizon darkened as reports of impending conflict reached their ears. Whispers of enemy movements surged through the ranks, igniting a fire of urgency. The atmosphere shifted, laughter evaporated, replaced by steely resolve. Soldiers gripped their weapons tighter, the weight of their duty settling heavily upon their shoulders. Among the throng, a young officer stood resolute, his face a portrait of determination. He had watched his father fight in previous wars, had heard the tales of glory and sacrifice around the family table. He felt their spirits guiding him now, fueling his own resolve. As he looked at the faces around him, some terrified, others brimming with courage, he knew he had to inspire them. He raised his voice, cutting through the noise, calling them to focus on the mission ahead. His words were a lifeline, weaving hope into their hearts as they prepared to face the storm. In every corner of the assembly, emotions surged like a river ready to overflow. The soldiers could feel the weight of history upon them. They were not just individuals but representatives of a people who had endured centuries of struggle. They recalled stories of survival, of dreams deferred yet never extinguished. The gathering of troops was not merely about the present. It was a communion with the past, a promise to future generations that they would not falter. Suddenly, the sharp blast of a horn sliced through the air, a clarion call that stopped hearts and silenced fears. The moment had come. Soldiers lined up in formation, their resolve steeling as they prepared to move. The air hummed with energy, a collective breath held in anticipation of what was to come. As they took their first steps toward the unknown, the world seemed to fade away, leaving only the sound of boots hitting the ground, an anthem of unity echoing through the valley. In the midst of this chaos and resolve, a woman stood alone on a hill nearby, watching as the troops began to mobilize. Her heart ached, torn between pride and fear. She had lost loved ones before, and the memories flooded her mind. Each loss a scar etched into her heart. Yet, she also felt an unyielding hope, a belief that the spirit of her people could not be quelled. With every soldier that passed, she whispered a prayer, a plea for their safety, for their courage to shine bright in the darkest hours. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, casting an orange glow over the land, the soldiers surged forward, a wave of humanity pushing toward a destiny they could not yet see. The gathering of troops was not merely a logistical effort. It was a powerful testament to the undying spirit of a people. Within each heart beat the memories of those who had come before, urging them onward, a relentless tide of hope and resilience. The rhythm of their march intertwined with the heartbeat of the land itself, the ancient soil beneath their feet cradling the stories of their ancestors. And as they advanced, the weight of history propelled them forward, united in their resolve to fight for their homeland, to protect their families, to honor the legacy of those who had stood before them. The horizon awaited, shrouded in uncertainty, but they moved forward, warriors ready to face whatever lay ahead. The sun set behind the jagged hills of Canaan, casting long, haunting shadows that seemed to whisper tales of despair and struggle. The air, thick with the scent of dust and smoke, carried the weight of 1,000 broken dreams. In the quiet villages that dotted the landscape, a sense of unease clung like a fog, wrapping its tendrils around the hearts of the people. The Canaanites, once proud and vibrant, now felt the suffocating grip of oppression tightening around their throats. Each dusk brought with it a fear that gnawed at the edges of their existence. It was not merely the fading light but the looming presence of the oppressors, barbaric warriors who descended upon their lands like a storm, leaving devastation in their wake. The Canaanites had weathered storms before, but this was different. It was a tidal wave of cruelty, washing away their hopes and dreams, leaving them gasping for air, clinging to the remnants of their shattered lives. The stories of their ancestors echoed in the wind, tales of strength and resilience that seemed to mock the present. The great cities of Jericho and Hebron, once bustling with life, now lay shackled in fear, their walls trembling at the distant sound of clashing swords. The laughter of children, once a melody that filled the streets, was replaced by the mournful cries of mothers searching for their lost ones. Each day was a battle to survive, a grim reminder that freedom was a fragile thread, easily severed. In the heart of this turmoil, a young girl named Miriam stood on the edge of her village, her dark hair whipping in the wind like a banner of defiance. She watched as smoke billowed from the direction of a neighboring town, a grim testament to the violence that had become all too familiar. Miriam's heart raced, not just with fear, but with a burning desire to fight back. She had seen her father dragged away, never to return, and her mother's spirit dimmed with every passing day. The injustice stoked a fire within her, a longing to reclaim what had been stolen. As the night deepened, the flickering light of a single lantern illuminated her face, reflecting the determination in her eyes. Whispers of rebellion had begun to circulate among the villagers, murmurs of a resistance that could rise up against the oppressors. A plan was forming, one that could either lead to their salvation or total annihilation. In the shadows, men and women gathered, their faces etched with fear yet ignited by hope. They shared stories of their forefathers, tales of warriors who had fought fiercely to protect their land. Each word strengthened their resolve, transforming despair into an unbreakable bond. Meanwhile, the oppressors, ruthless and cunning, thrived on fear. They utilized every tactic to crush the spirit of the Canaanites, burning fields, pillaging homes, desecrating sacred sites. Their methods were both brutal and calculated, designed to break the will of the people they sought to dominate. The Canaanites had been warned of their approach, but nothing could prepare them for the reality of their cruelty. Families torn apart, dreams extinguished, and a culture on the brink of collapse painted a grim picture of life under oppression. Yet, amid the chaos, the Canaanites found strength in unity. They gathered in secret places, their hearts intertwined with the shared hope of liberation. The village elder, a man with wisdom etched into his weathered face, spoke of ancient prophecies that foretold a deliverer. His voice, though frail, carried the weight of generations as he reminded them of their heritage. A heritage steeped in resilience and courage. "We are more than just victims," he proclaimed. "We are the descendants of giants." These words resonated deep within Miriam's soul, igniting the fire of rebellion that had begun to smolder. She envisioned a day when laughter would return to the streets, a day when the sun would rise with promise instead of dread. But as plans took shape, doubts crept in like shadows at dusk. Could they truly rise against the oppressors? Were they not just a handful of desperate souls against a formidable enemy? The tension hung heavy in the air, palpable and suffocating. The villagers roamed the quiet streets, their faces masks of resolve tinged with fear. Every rustle in the night sent shivers down their spines, every distant shout a reminder of the oppression they faced. Yet, with each passing moment, they drew closer to their breaking point. The stench of fear mingled with the scent of defiance, brewing a storm that could no longer be contained. Miriam and her friends began to train in secret, their hearts pounding in sync with the rhythm of their movements. Each swing of a wooden practice sword was filled with the weight of their dreams. They were not merely fighting for survival. They were fighting for their very identities, for the right to exist without fear. Each bruise and scrape earned during their training became a badge of honor, a testament to their commitment to reclaiming their land. As the stars twinkled overhead, a sense of urgency pulsed through their veins. The oppressors were on the move, their armies gathering like a dark storm on the horizon. The Canaanites knew that time was running out. It was no longer a matter of waiting for a savior. They had to become their own heroes. The tension thickened, crackling in the air like electricity, as they prepared for the battle that would determine their fate. But little did they know that the oppressors would not let this rebellion go unanswered. They would send forth their fiercest warriors, relentless and merciless. As the clash of cultures and wills drew near, the Canaanites, on the brink of a fight for their lives, stood united, the embers of rebellion glowing brightly against the encroaching darkness. And as the winds of change began to stir, the fate of an entire people hung in the balance, poised on the edge of a knife. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a fiery glow over the dusty plains of Canaan. A palpable tension filled the air as Sisera, the fearsome commander of the Canaanite army, paced back and forth, calculating his next move. His dark eyes sparkled with a fierce determination as he surveyed the land, his mind a whirlpool of strategies and possibilities. There was a storm brewing within him, not just of weather but of ambition and vengeance. Sisera was not just any warrior. He was a master of warfare, a man whose very name sent shivers down the spines of his enemies. He had fought and conquered many battles, his reputation built on the strength of iron chariots that cut through the earth like knives through butter. These chariots, a marvel of engineering, gave him an edge that few could match. They were the embodiment of his strength, a symbol of his relentless pursuit of power. As he looked at his troops, clad in bronze and leather, his heart swelled with pride. Each soldier was a piece of a larger plan, a part of a grand symphony that he hoped would lead to victory. But it was not just brute force that made Sisera formidable. It was his cunning mind. He understood the land, its people, and the weaknesses of his enemies. He had spies everywhere, and whispers of the Israelites' growing discontent reached his ears like a sweet melody. They were restless, their spirits ignited by the cries of their leaders, and Sisera was determined to crush that spirit before it could ignite into rebellion. Around him, his commanders huddled, each eager to glean wisdom from their leader. They were men of stature, yet in Sisera's presence, they felt like shadows, drawn to his magnetic presence. A scout approached, breathless and wide-eyed. "My lord, the Israelites are gathering. They are led by a woman named Deborah. She speaks of hope and deliverance." The words hung heavy in the air, a warning bell tolling ominously. Sisera's brows furrowed, but his heart quickened with opportunity. A woman, a mere woman, leading men into battle? He chuckled, a sound that mixed disbelief and contempt. Yet he knew he could not underestimate her. He had seen too many underdog stories turn into legends and too many overconfident warriors fall. "Rally the troops," he commanded, his voice a sharp blade cutting through the murmurs of uncertainty. "We will strike at dawn. Let them feel the weight of our chariots upon them." He could already visualize the clash of metal and the cries of war echoing across the hills. The images danced in his mind: victory, glory, and the spoils of war. The thought of defeating Deborah and her people drove him forward, igniting a fire within him. As night fell, Sisera sat alone, staring into the flickering flames of his campfire. He thought of the battles he had fought and the blood he had spilled. Each scar on his body was a testament to his survival, a badge of honor. He remembered the faces of those he had defeated, and a shiver ran down his spine. For every enemy he had crushed, he knew there were stories left untold, lives yet to be shattered. There was no room for mercy in his world. It was a harsh reality that he had embraced fully. But doubt gnawed at him. What if Deborah was different? What if her people, driven by desperation, fought with a ferocity he had not anticipated? He closed his eyes, picturing the battlefield, imagining the chaos that would ensue. He could feel the weight of expectation pressing down on him. Failure was not an option, not for Sisera. Dawn broke with a fierce intensity, casting shadows that danced along the ground. His troops moved with a practiced rhythm, an unstoppable force ready to unleash their fury. Sisera stood at the front of his battalion, chariots lining up like wolves ready to pounce. The air was thick with tension, a palpable energy that sent chills racing down his spine. He could hear the distant sound of drums, the rallying call of the Israelites, and with every beat, his resolve hardened. As the first rays of sunlight touched the battlefield, Sisera felt invincible. He gave the signal, and the chariots surged forward, a wall of iron and fury. The ground trembled beneath them as they charged, and the sight was breathtaking. His commanders shouted orders, their voices rising above the din of war. He could barely contain his excitement. This was the moment he had been waiting for. But as they barreled towards the enemy lines, Sisera couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. A strange unease settled in his gut. The Israelites stood firm, their faces set with a determination that was palpable. They were not mere sheep waiting for slaughter. They looked ready to fight, their eyes glinting with the fire of rebellion. Then it happened. A flash of movement caught his eye. Lightning struck in the distance, the clouds overhead darkening ominously. The earth, drenched from recent rains, began to churn and shift. His chariots, once the pride of his arsenal, began to falter. The mud clung to the wheels, slowing them down, turning his iron beasts into cumbersome giants. Panic surged through the ranks. Sisera's heart raced. This was not how the battle was supposed to unfold. He shouted commands, trying to regain control, but chaos erupted around him. The Israelites began to advance, their battle cries echoing across the field like thunderclaps. In that moment, Sisera felt the weight of defeat creeping up on him. He had underestimated the land, the people, and their unyielding spirit. The battle he had envisioned had turned into a nightmare, and the realization struck him like a dagger. Struggling to maintain order, Sisera fought against the chaos, but it was like trying to hold back an avalanche. His chariots were stuck, his men were disoriented, and the enemy was closing in. The air was thick with the scent of sweat and fear, and the cries of the fallen echoed around him. Sisera's heart sank as he realized that the tide had turned, and he was no longer the predator but the prey. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, casting rays of gold upon the battlefield, Sisera's mind raced. He had to flee, to escape this impending doom. But where? The land he once controlled now felt foreign, hostile. All around him, the shouts of his soldiers turned to desperate cries for help, a haunting chorus that would echo in his mind forever. It was a stark reminder that even the mightiest can fall, and Sisera, once a figure of invincibility, now felt the cold grip of fear tightening around him. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the sprawling plain of Jezreel, a vast expanse that whispered stories of battles fought and blood spilled. It was a place where the weight of history pressed heavily against every blade of grass, where the air itself seemed to hum with the echoes of warriors long gone. This fertile land, framed by the distant hills and towering mountains, had become a stage for the greatest confrontations of ancient times, witnessing the clash of swords and the cries of men. Even now, it held a tension that crackled in the air, as if the very ground beneath was still haunted by the footsteps of giants. As the wind swept across the plain, it carried with it the scent of earth and memories, stirring emotions that transcended time. Here, the Israelites, under the leadership of Deborah and Barak, gathered their forces. The stakes were high, freedom hung in the balance. The ground felt alive, pulsating with anticipation. What did it take to rally the hearts of a people? What kind of faith ignited the courage to face overwhelming odds? The answers lay hidden beneath the surface, entwined with the soil, waiting to be unearthed. The plain itself stretched endlessly, a canvas where destiny would be painted in bold strokes of bravery and desperation. To the west, the sun was setting, casting a fiery glow across the horizon, illuminating the hills of Gilboa. In that light, shadows danced, creating a haunting spectacle that reminded all who gazed upon it of the fragility of life. With each passing moment, the tension swelled, as if the universe held its breath, anticipating the unfolding drama. On that fateful day, the Israelites stood shoulder to shoulder, their hearts beating as one. The clanging of swords and the thudding of shields resonated in the air, mingling with the distant rumble of thunder, a portent of the storm to come. In the distance, the chariots of the Canaanites emerged, gleaming like harbingers of doom. They rolled across the plain, a wall of iron and speed, their presence eliciting gasps of fear from those who dared to imagine the carnage that awaited. Yet, amid the rising anxiety, there flickered a flame of determination. Deborah, a prophetess of unparalleled wisdom, raised her voice above the din, her words laced with authority that commanded respect. "This is the day the Lord has delivered Sisera into your hands," she proclaimed, her confidence a beacon in the gathering darkness. Her presence was magnetic, drawing the men around her into a vortex of hope. Barak, infused with a mix of trepidation and resolve, caught her gaze. In that moment, the enormity of what they were about to face settled like a heavy cloak upon his shoulders, yet he felt empowered by her unwavering belief. As the Canaanite army advanced, the ground trembled beneath their chariots, a rhythmic percussion that foreshadowed chaos. Yet among the ranks of the Israelites, a quiet strength began to take hold. They remembered the promises whispered through generations, tales of victories against impossible odds. They grasped their weapons tighter, feeling the weight of their ancestors' dreams coursing through them. The plain of Jezreel was not just a battleground. It was a sanctuary of hope, a testament to faith and resilience. The clash began with an earth-shattering roar as the two forces collided. The air was filled with the clang of metal against metal, the cries of men fighting for their lives, and the sharp, piercing sounds of arrows whizzing through the air. Dust billowed like smoke, enveloping the warriors in a shroud of chaos. It was a swirling tempest of fear and fury, where every heartbeat echoed louder than the last, every breath a challenge to fate. In the thick of battle, Barak found himself face to face with a Canaanite soldier. Time slowed as they stared each other down, two lives on the precipice of destruction. The noise faded for a heartbeat, and all that existed was the undeniable truth of the moment. Life or death hung in the balance. They lunged, and the world exploded back into chaos. The clash of swords, the shouts of comrades, and the throaty cries of the fallen merged into a symphony of conflict, each note striking a chord that reverberated through the very essence of the earth. Above the fray, dark clouds gathered ominously, rumbling with the promise of a storm. The heavens opened wide, releasing torrents of rain that cascaded down upon the battlefield. It was as if the very forces of nature had chosen a side, drenching the plain in a deluge that transformed the ground beneath into a treacherous mire. The Canaanite chariots, their wheels now mired in mud, became useless, and the tables turned in a heartbeat. The Israelites surged forward, emboldened by this unexpected twist of fate. Deborah watched with fierce determination, her heart racing as the tide shifted. She could feel the pulse of the plain, the energy of the earth beneath her feet responding to the fervor of the warriors. Each step they took, each strike they landed, resonated with the heartbeat of history itself. This was not merely a battle for survival. It was a fight for legacy, for a future free from oppression. And in that moment of chaos, hope ignited anew. As the storm raged on, the cries of triumph and despair pierced through the downpour. The plain of Jezreel, once a quiet expanse, became a cacophony of human emotion. Fear, courage, love, and loss mingled in the air like a haunting melody. The warriors fought not just for themselves but for those who could not stand, for the children watching from afar, for the dreams that hung in the balance. Each blow was an affirmation of their existence, a refusal to bow before tyranny. The battle surged on, relentless, a fierce dance of life and death, and as the rain washed away blood and sweat, it marked a defining moment in history. The echoes of this clash would linger long after the last sword fell, resonating through time, forever etched into the landscape of the plain of Jezreel. The fate of nations, the cries of the wounded, and the songs of the victorious entwined like threads in a tapestry, weaving a story that spoke of resilience and unwavering faith. And even as the storm began to dissipate, a new dawn was breaking, an awakening that would change everything. The air was thick with anticipation as the sun dipped low, casting long shadows over the trembling camp of the Israelites. Whispers of uncertainty floated among the people, mingling with the scent of sweat and fear. The battle against Sisera and his iron chariots loomed, a dark cloud on the horizon. But among the chaos, there stood one figure, a woman whose confidence shone brighter than the setting sun, Deborah, the prophetess and judge of Israel. Her eyes sparkled with an inner fire, and her presence commanded attention. As she moved through the crowd, silence fell like a heavy blanket. The men, hardened by years of warfare, looked to her with a mix of reverence and desperation. In that moment, she was not just a leader. She was their anchor, a flicker of hope in a storm of despair. "Listen to me," Deborah's voice rang out, clear and resolute, cutting through the tension that hung in the air. "God has spoken. He has promised victory to us." Gasps rippled through the men, some skeptical, others filled with a flicker of faith. Her words were like a balm to their frayed spirits, igniting something deep within them. Deborah remembered the stories passed down through generations, the tales of God parting the Red Sea, of the walls of Jericho tumbling down. Those very stories were a testament that faith could move mountains, that the impossible was possible. She felt the weight of history on her shoulders, a legacy that she was determined to uphold. The promise of God was not just a whisper of the past. It was a living, breathing reality that she clung to fiercely. As the night deepened, Deborah gathered the warriors around her. Each face reflected a different story, a different fear. Barak, the commander, stood before her, doubt flickering in his eyes. He was strong, yet the weight of leadership pressed heavily on him. "But what if we fail?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. His vulnerability revealed the cracks in his bravado. "Failure is not an option," Deborah replied, her gaze steady and unwavering. "We carry the promise of God with us. He has already declared our victory. All we must do is trust." The conviction in her voice surged like electricity, stirring something deep in Barak's heart. He nodded slowly, the doubt beginning to dissipate like morning fog under the sun. The night was alive with the sounds of preparation. Metal clanking, voices murmuring, and the distant howls of night creatures. Yet amid the chaos, Deborah maintained her calm, an unshakable resolve radiating from her. She knelt in prayer, her hands clasped tightly, eyes lifted towards the heavens. "Lord," she implored, "give us courage and strength. May your will be done through us." In the stillness that followed, a sense of peace enveloped her. It was as though the very air shimmered with divine reassurance. She could feel God's presence, steadying her heart, whispering promises that echoed through time. It was a moment of pure clarity, and she understood that this battle was not merely about swords and chariots. It was about faith, unity, and the fulfillment of God's promise to his people. As dawn approached, a new day emerged, fraught with both tension and anticipation. The horizon lit up with the first hints of sunlight, painting the sky in hues of orange and gold. Deborah stood at the edge of the camp, her heart racing with a mix of excitement and trepidation. She took a moment to breathe deeply, grounding herself in the purpose that had brought them all to this pivotal moment. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath them, and the distant sound of chariots echoed through the valley. The air crackled with energy, and the Israelites gathered, forming ranks, hearts pounding like war drums. Deborah stepped forward, her voice rising above the din. "Today, we fight not just for ourselves, but for generations to come. Trust in the promise of our God." The warriors raised their swords in unison, a surge of adrenaline fueling their determination. Deborah felt her own spirit soar, a fierce pride swelling within her. These men, once filled with doubt, were transformed by her assurance. They stood united, ready to face the storm, emboldened by the faith that ignited their souls. As Sisera's forces approached, the sight was daunting. The glitter of iron chariots glinted menacingly in the morning light, an army poised to crush their hopes. Yet Deborah stood tall, her heart unwavering. She could see the fear in the eyes of her people, but she also saw the flicker of hope rekindled by her words. "Now is the time," she shouted, her voice echoing across the valley. "For God has gone before us, and victory is ours." With a roar that shook the very ground, the Israelite warriors surged forward. The clash of metal rang out, a symphony of chaos and courage. Deborah's heart raced alongside them, her faith intertwining with their every move. She saw Barak at the forefront, his face alight with determination, fighting not just as a soldier, but as a man renewed by purpose. As the battle raged, the atmosphere crackled with tension. Deborah, standing atop a small hill, raised her hands to the heavens, her spirit soaring. The winds shifted, carrying with them a promise of divine intervention. She knew that they were not alone. The power of God was woven through the very fabric of their struggle. The ground beneath their feet felt alive, a testament to the faith that had brought them together. Time seemed to stretch and contract in a whirlwind of motion. The Israelites fought valiantly, their cries merging with the sounds of clashing swords and the thundering of hooves. Deborah watched, heart pounding, every clash igniting her spirit further. She saw Sisera's chariots falter, an unexpected shift in the tide of battle. Hope surged within her, a glimpse of the promise fulfilled. And as the sun climbed higher in the sky, illuminating the battlefield, she felt a wave of emotion wash over her. The promise was becoming reality, the victory within their grasp. Yet, in the depths of her heart, she knew the true battle was not just on the field. It was a battle of faith, a relentless pursuit of belief that would echo through the ages. She closed her eyes, letting the moment wash over her, a deep connection to the promise that had guided her every step. And in that moment, a quiet realization settled within her. A promise was not merely a word. It was an assurance, a movement of God's Spirit that transcended time. The battle raged on, but Deborah's faith shimmered brightly, a beacon of hope amid the storm. As she opened her eyes to the unfolding chaos, she understood that this was just the beginning of something greater, a testimony that would stretch far beyond this moment. The promise of God was alive, and she was its faithful messenger, ready to embrace whatever lay ahead. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows over the hills of ancient Israel, where the air crackled with the tension of an impending storm. The clatter of chariots echoed in the distance, a grim reminder of the oppressive forces that loomed over their land. In this moment, deep in the heart of the bustling encampment, two figures stood at the brink of destiny, Deborah and Barak. The air between them was electric, charged with a mix of fear, trust, and unyielding resolve. Deborah, the prophetess, radiated an aura of fierce determination. Her presence was magnetic, drawing people to her with the strength of her voice and the wisdom in her eyes. She was more than just a leader. She was a beacon of hope for her people. Barak, the warrior, was a man torn between duty and doubt. His brow furrowed, and his hands trembled slightly, not from fear of battle but from the weight of the decision he was about to make. "Go," Deborah commanded, her voice steady as the earth beneath their feet. She was not merely offering counsel. She was issuing a divine decree. "Lead the charge against Sisera. Victory is assured." Barak's heart raced. He had always respected Deborah, admired her insight and strength, but the stakes were high, and for all his valor, he felt a gnawing trepidation. "If you will go with me, I will go. But if you will not go with me, I will not go," he confessed, his voice barely above a whisper. In that moment, he revealed the depth of his reliance on her. He needed her presence, not just as a leader but as a partner in this fight, a source of courage that he could anchor himself to. Deborah's heart swelled with a mix of pride and sorrow. She understood his hesitation. The weight of leadership often felt like a crushing burden. Yet, she also felt a flicker of frustration. Did he not see the fire of prophecy that burned within her? She was not merely a woman sharing words. She was the voice of God. "I will surely go with you," she replied, her eyes locking onto his with fierce resolve. "But know this, the road you take will not bring you glory, for the Lord will sell Sisera into the hand of a woman." The air thickened with unspoken emotions as Barak processed her words. He felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Would this defeat mean he was not the hero of the story, but merely a pawn in a greater plan? And yet, the thought of having Deborah by his side ignited a flame within him. She had always believed in him, had always seen the potential that others missed. To follow her into battle was to embrace both fear and hope, a dichotomy that twisted in his gut. As they prepared for battle, the tension between them morphed into something more profound. They were not just leader and follower. They were intertwined in a narrative of fate and faith. Deborah's strategic mind and Barak's warrior instinct complemented each other in a beautiful dance of mutual respect. Each command she issued propelled him forward, and every affirmation he offered her stoked the flames of her resolve. Yet, beneath the surface of their bond lay an undercurrent of uncertainty. The whispers of the camp carried tales of Sisera's ruthlessness. The weight of their mission pressed heavily on their shoulders. Would they emerge victorious, or would they fall like so many before them? As they mounted their horses, a fierce wind whipped through the valley, carrying with it the scent of rain and the promise of impending conflict. They rode together, side by side, their hearts beating in rhythm with the galloping hooves beneath them. In these moments, the world around them faded away, and all that existed was their shared purpose. Barak cast a sideways glance at Deborah, and he saw not just a leader, but a sister in arms. In her presence, He felt an unshakable courage blossom within him. But as they approached the battlefield, doubt once more crept into Barak's mind. What if he faltered? What if the men looked to him, their leader, and found him wanting? Deborah, sensing his unease, reached out and placed a steadying hand upon his shoulder. The warmth of her touch, a simple gesture, ignited a surge of strength within him. He was not alone. He had Deborah, the prophetess, the warrior, his confidant. Their eyes met, and in that shared gaze, they understood each other in a way that transcended words. They were united not just in strategy but in spirit. The bond they forged in these moments was profound, steeped in the weight of history and the promise of what was to come. Together, they would face the storm head-on. As they drew closer to the enemy, the distant clash of metal on metal echoed ominously. The sight of Sisera's chariots, a dark mass on the horizon, sent a shiver down Barak's spine. He could feel the fear creeping back, but beside him, Deborah stood unyielding. She exuded a quiet strength that was infectious. He could see the determination etched on her face, a reflection of the hopes of every person who believed in them. She raised her sword high, a glint of sunlight catching the blade before she shouted, "For Israel! For freedom!" The cry rang out, pulling Barak from his thoughts. It resonated deep within him, igniting a fire that pushed away his doubts. The battle ahead would be fierce, but he was not just fighting for himself. He was fighting alongside Deborah, for a future where their people could thrive in peace. In that moment, as they surged forward into the chaos of war, the bond between Deborah and Barak grew ever stronger, charged with a shared purpose that would define their legacy. The battlefield became a crucible, where their fears would either break them apart or forge them into something unbreakable. The battle was on the horizon, and with it, the promise of destiny awaited them both. The air was thick with tension, the kind that clings to skin and settles in the pit of the stomach. The sun hung low, casting long shadows over the rugged terrain of ancient Canaan. A battle was brewing, and the whispers of war echoed through the dry hills. It was in this tense atmosphere that Jael stood, a woman whose fate would intertwine with the destiny of nations, a figure whose actions would ripple through time, leaving behind a legacy wrapped in courage and cunning. Jael was not a warrior in the traditional sense. She wielded no sword nor wore armor. Instead, she possessed a quiet strength, a fierce resolve that burned within her. She lived in a world dominated by men, where battles were fought in the open fields and victories were claimed by those with shields and swords. Yet, there she was at the edge of her tent, waiting for the storm to break. She had heard the distant sounds of clashing swords, the cries of men fighting for their lives, and she felt an uneasy pull towards destiny. Her husband, Heber the Kenite, had made a pact with Jabin, the king of Canaan. Jael's heart was torn, knowing that her loyalty was to her own people, the Israelites, led by the fierce Deborah and the mighty Barak. The weight of her choices pressed down on her, heavy like the golden sun that made the world shimmer. She could hear the rumblings of an imminent fight, the very pulse of life and death echoing around her. In that pivotal moment, the arrival of Sisera, Jabin's general, set in motion events that would change everything. The sound of horse hooves thudded against the earth, drawing closer until a figure appeared on the horizon. A man marching with purpose, his face etched with fear and desperation. Sisera was fleeing, seeking refuge from the raging battle that had turned against him. He did not see Jael as a threat. Rather, he saw her as a sanctuary, a place to hide his shame. As he collapsed at the entrance of her tent, panting and exhausted, Jael's heart raced. She could feel the weight of the world pressing on her shoulders, the weight of history waiting for her to make a move. "Please, give me water," he gasped, his voice trembling. Jael's heart wavered. Here was a man who symbolized the oppression her people had endured for so long. But still, there was hesitation. She could feel the pull of her compassion battling against the call of vengeance. It was a moment suspended in time, and she realized she was at a crossroads. With a calmness that masked the tempest inside her, she offered him milk instead. The warmth of the drink soothed Sisera, lulling him into a false sense of security. He was a giant in the eyes of men, but here, in her tent, he was vulnerable, human. Jael watched him drink, her hands steady despite the tumult of emotions that swirled within her. She was a woman of her people, but she was also a woman of action, and the call to fight for justice surged through her veins. As Sisera's eyes began to flutter shut, the world around Jael shifted. She stepped softly, her heart pounding like a war drum. The weight of her resolve settled on her shoulders like a protective cloak, shielding her from doubt. She knew what she had to do. The thought of her children, the generations that would come after, pushed her forward. The memory of the Israelites' suffering ignited a fire within her. This was not just about survival. It was about reclaiming dignity, about standing against tyranny. With a swift motion, she seized a tent peg and a hammer, her hands steady as she approached the sleeping warrior. A deep breath filled her lungs as she closed the distance. The very act of stepping into the unknown filled her with adrenaline. This was a moment destined to echo through time. With precision born of desperation and determination, she drove the peg through Sisera's temple, a single act that would mark her as a heroine in the annals of history. The moment was electric, charged with a mixture of triumph and horror. It was a blow not only to Sisera but to an entire army that had oppressed her people for far too long. As he fell, his blood soaking into the earth, Jael felt the weight of generations lift from her shoulders. She had done what needed to be done. The quiet of the tent enveloped her, contrasting starkly with the chaos outside. She stood over him, adrenaline coursing through her, the gravity of her actions settling in. This was her battle. Word would soon spread. The Israelites would learn of Jael's daring act, a tale that would be told in hushed tones around the fires and sung in songs of glory. But in that moment, all she could feel was the silence of the aftermath. She had crossed a line that could never be uncrossed, and she understood that her life would never be the same. She was no longer just a woman in a tent. She was a symbol of resistance, of a mother who dared to protect her children at all costs. As she stepped outside, the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of red and gold, the colors of battle, of blood, and of bravery. The distant sounds of victory echoed in her ears, but the silence of her own heart loomed larger. She had played a pivotal role in the unfolding saga of her people, a chapter that would be written in the annals of time. Yet, the weight of her actions also came with uncertainty. How would they view her? Would she be celebrated or vilified? Jael turned towards her homeland, her spirit ignited with the fire of change. The battle had only just begun. Hope intertwined with fear as the shadows danced around her. She was ready to face whatever came next, determined to fight for her people, for the future she envisioned. The cries of her ancestors echoed in her mind, urging her forward as she stepped into the gathering dusk, a woman who had reshaped the course of history with her courage. The story of her life, of her actions on that fateful day, was just beginning to unfold, a tale that would ripple through generations to come. The air was thick with tension as dawn broke over Mount Tabor, a silent witness to the clash of destiny that was about to unfold. In the early light, the hills looked almost peaceful, their green slopes glowing under the soft touch of the sun. But beneath that serene facade, a storm was brewing, a storm that would change the course of history. The Israelites, weary yet resolute, gathered upon the rugged terrain, their hearts pounding with a mix of fear and fierce determination. They knew that the battle ahead was not just for territory. It was a fight for their very existence. In the formation, Barak stood tall, his eyes glinting with a fire that burned brighter than the morning sun. His heart raced, echoing the rhythm of his soldiers' footsteps as they prepared for the fight. Every man around him felt the weight of their ancestors' struggles pressing upon their shoulders. They were not mere soldiers. They were the embodiment of hope and fury, united under a single banner, ready to face their oppressors. Just a stone's throw away, the Canaanite forces, led by the imposing Sisera, seemed like a dark cloud looming over the horizon, casting a shadow of dread over the Israelites' hearts. As the sun climbed higher, the first clash rang out, a piercing sound that echoed like the crack of thunder, shaking the very ground beneath them. The Canaanites charged forward, their chariots thundering across the plain, a terrifying sight that sent chills down the spines of even the bravest warriors. But Barak stood firm, calling upon his men with a voice that cut through the chaos like a sword. "For your families, for your homes," he shouted, each word a rallying cry that ignited the flames of courage within them. The Israelites surged forward, a wave of raw emotion and fierce loyalty. They had faced hardship and oppression, and they refused to be ground down any longer. Every man, woman, and child had a stake in this battle. Memories of lost loved ones, of lands taken and futures stolen, surged through the hearts of the soldiers. Their breaths mingled with the sweat and dust of the battlefield, forging a bond stronger than iron. The clashing of swords rang out like a symphony of chaos. Every strike was a desperate plea for freedom, every shout a cry for justice. Barak fought with all his might, the weight of his sword a reminder of the duty he carried. Each enemy he felled was a small victory, a step closer to reclaiming what was rightfully theirs. But Sisera was no ordinary foe. He wielded power and fear as his weapons, and as the battle raged on, he pushed back with relentless fury, commanding his chariots with a skilled hand. Yet, just as the tide appeared to be turning against the Israelites, a sharp wind swept down from the mountains, carrying with it an ominous charge. It was a sign, though many would not recognize it in that moment. The sky darkened, clouds swirling above like angry spirits, as if the heavens themselves were watching intently. The soldiers paused, glancing upwards, their breaths catching in their throats. Could this be a sign from God? The thought raced through Barak's mind, igniting a spark of hope against the encroaching despair. In the chaos and confusion, a figure emerged from the shadows. Deborah, prophetess and leader, her presence radiating strength and clarity. She moved among the soldiers with grace, her voice rising above the din of battle. "Fear not," she proclaimed. "The Lord is with us. Today, victory is ours." Her words cascaded over the men like a healing balm, breathing life into their weary spirits. They rallied behind her, the fire of hope rekindled, transforming uncertainty into unwavering resolve. As the clouds grew heavier, the first drops of rain began to fall. At first, they were gentle, like whispers on the skin, but soon they turned into a torrential downpour, drenching the battlefield in a deluge. The ground turned to mud, and the once mighty chariots of Sisera began to falter, their wheels sinking into the earth. The Israelites seized their moment, charging forward with renewed vigor, their feet finding purchase in the slick soil where the Canaanite warriors slipped and struggled. The scene transformed into a wild dance of chaos as the Israelites pressed their advantage. Every soldier charged ahead, driven by the thrill of the fight and the taste of freedom on their lips. Barak's sword gleamed, striking down foes left and right, his heart racing in time with the thunderous rhythm of the storm above. Sisera, realizing the tide had turned, felt a cold terror grip him. The very land he had once commanded was now betraying him. In a desperate bid for survival, Sisera abandoned his chariot, fleeing into the shadows of the trees that lined the battlefield. Barak pursued him, the thrill of the hunt coursing through his veins. The cries of his men echoed behind him, a cacophony of triumph and fury that filled the air. But even in the chaos, something stirred within Barak. This was not just a battle. It was a turning point, a moment that would echo through the ages. As the rain continued to fall, washing away the remnants of oppression and despair, the cries of victory rang out among the Israelites. They could hardly believe their eyes as they watched the Canaanite forces retreat, their once mighty commander disappearing into the distance, lost to the shadows. This was more than a victory, it was a rebirth. The land belonged to them again, and with it came the promise of hope, of a future unshackled by fear. Amidst the wreckage of battle, the air thrummed with the electric hum of possibility. Barak stood, breathing heavily, the weight of what they had accomplished settling heavily upon him. The rain mingled with the sweat and blood of the fallen, creating a tapestry of life and death, of struggle and triumph. He looked around, seeing the faces of his men lit with exhilaration, joy, and disbelief. They were not just soldiers. They were warriors of faith, carving their place in history with every heartbeat. But the storm above continued to rumble, and Barak knew that beyond this victory lay more challenges, more battles to be fought. The echoes of Sisera's retreat whispered warnings of a lingering threat. Even as they celebrated, a sense of foreboding loomed, a reminder that the fight for freedom was far from over. The weight of impending struggles pressed against his chest as he turned toward the horizon, where the sun began to show itself through the dissipating clouds, illuminating the battlefield that had transformed the lives of many forever. In that moment, amidst the joyous cries of his men and the fading echoes of chaos, Barak understood that today was not an end, but a beginning. The ground beneath him felt alive, pulsing with the dreams of those who had come before, and he was ready to carry that legacy forward. The Battle of Mount Tabor had shifted the tides, and the future held the promise of something grand and uncertain, waiting to unfold before them. The journey was far from over. It had only just begun. The air was thick with the smell of smoke and blood, the cries of the fallen echoing like whispers in a haunted night. Soldiers, weary and battered, looked skyward as dark clouds rolled in, each rumble of thunder a reminder of something greater at play. Was it mere weather, or was it a sign? In that moment, amidst the chaos of battle, hope flickered like a flame in the heart of despair, igniting a fervent belief that divine intervention was not just a comforting thought, but a vivid reality. As arrows rained down and swords clashed, the soldiers stood not only against one another, but also against the weight of their fears and doubts. It was here, in the clutches of uncertainty, that many found themselves in fervent prayer. Men who had never knelt in supplication were suddenly driven to their knees, calling out to a God they hoped would listen. The battlefield transformed into a sacred ground where the cries for mercy and strength intertwined with the sounds of war, creating a haunting symphony. In these desperate moments, stories of divine intervention surged through the ranks. Tales of soldiers who had been spared by miraculous means circulated among the weary, lifting spirits. One man recounted how, during a fierce charge, he found his courage bolstered by a blinding light that seemed to guide him through the fray. Another spoke of a voice he had heard, clear as day, urging him to take cover just moments before a cannonball struck near where he had been standing. These stories became lifelines, binding the soldiers together in their shared belief that they were not alone on this battlefield. Throughout history, God's presence has been invoked in times of war. The fervor of faith fueled the hearts of warriors across centuries, from the Crusades to the American Civil War. Soldiers draped themselves in banners bearing divine images, believing that these sacred symbols would shield them from harm. The Battle of Agincourt in 1415 is often remembered not just for its strategic brilliance, but also for the fervent prayers of English soldiers who felt the hand of God guiding their swords against overwhelming odds. The triumph of a few against a sea of foes was attributed to divine favor, sealing their belief in a higher purpose driving their fight. As the battle raged on, tension reached a fever pitch. The clang of metal on metal was punctuated by cries of valor and the final gasps of the fallen. In the midst of the chaos, a lone figure emerged, radiant and ethereal, standing between the two warring factions. His presence seemed to freeze time, drawing the eyes of every soldier, filling their hearts with a sense of awe and uncertainty. Was this an angelic messenger, sent to offer guidance and hope? The air vibrated with the weight of anticipation, as men who had sworn to kill now hesitated, each grappling with the inexplicable feeling that perhaps they were part of something much larger than themselves. In that moment, the skies opened, and rain poured down, washing over the blood-soaked earth. The soldiers, drenched and shivering, found themselves caught between the relentless barrage of war and the quietude that the rain brought. The downpour became a cleansing ritual, washing away not just the dirt and grime but also the stains of anger and vengeance. Warriors who had entered the battle with bloodlust suddenly felt the urge to reflect, to pray, to seek forgiveness for the violence they had committed. As lightning split the sky, illuminating the battlefield like a divine spotlight, the cries of the wounded mingled with the clap of thunder, creating an electrifying harmony. In that fleeting moment, every soldier felt the presence of God. They sensed a unity among them, a shared humanity that transcended the lines they had been taught to uphold. The realization struck hard. This battle was not just about territory or power. It was about faith, morality, and the very essence of what it meant to be alive. Among the soldiers was a young man, barely a man yet, who had always been taught that God was distant, watching from the heavens with little regard for the struggles of mortals. But here, amidst the carnage, he had found something unexpectedly profound. With each heartbeat, he felt God's presence, a warmth that enveloped him even as the world around him crumbled. It was in this crucible of conflict that he understood true courage. Not just the bravery to fight, but the strength to seek peace amidst chaos. As the battle wore on, the weather shifted again. Just as suddenly as the storm had arrived, a calm settled over the field. The sun broke through the clouds, casting warm rays upon the weary soldiers. It was as if the heavens themselves were affirming their struggle, illuminating the path toward reconciliation. The fighters, weary of bloodshed, began to lower their weapons, sharing hesitant glances that spoke of a yearning for understanding over animosity. The cries of the wounded grew softer, and the battlefield transformed from a place of death to a space where hearts could mend. The memory of the radiant figure lingered in their minds, a reminder that even in the darkest times, there existed a possibility for redemption. As they stood in the newly found light, the soldiers began to realize that they were not just fighting for glory. They were fighting for the very souls of their kin, their communities, and perhaps even their world. Yet, uncertainty loomed. Would this moment of clarity hold fast, or would the tempestuous nature of humanity drive them back into the darkness? As they gathered their breath, they sensed that the outcome of this battle extended beyond the physical. The air crackled not just with tension but also with the promise of transformation. A divine dialogue had begun, and the soldiers found themselves at a crossroads. Would they choose to continue in the cycle of violence, or would they heed the call of something greater? With each heartbeat, the tension mounted, drawing the soldiers closer to a moment of choice that would echo through history. They stood poised on the brink of decision, their hearts heavy with the weight of their actions, yet alight with the flicker of hope that perhaps, just perhaps, divine intervention could transcend their mortal struggles. The battlefield awaited their next move, holding its breath, as the story of their faith and their fight unfurled into the unknown, forever intertwining their fates with the divine. Rain poured down in a relentless torrent, drumming against the earth in a symphony of chaos. In the midst of this tempest, a fierce battle raged. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and sweat, mingling with the metallic tang of fear and determination. Israel's enemy, Sisera, the commander of King Jabin's formidable army, stood tall and armed with the confidence bestowed upon him by years of warfare. His soldiers, clad in iron and leather, marched forward, their battle cries a haunting echo against the darkened sky. But behind this image of strength lay a truth that would soon unravel, like threads of a tapestry pulled apart one by one. In stark contrast, the Israelites, led by the fearless Deborah and the brave Barak, were a picture of desperation. They had suffered under Sisera's iron grip, their homes ravaged, their spirits crushed. Yet, in the swirling chaos of the storm, a glimmer of hope flickered as Deborah summoned her people. Her voice, steady and unwavering, cut through the noise like a beacon in the night. "Go! This is the day the Lord has given Sisera into your hands. Will you not fight?" Barak's heart raced as he looked at Deborah, the fierce prophetess, her eyes ablaze with conviction. He felt the weight of her words settle upon him, sparking a fire in his soul. How could they face the might of Sisera's army? But in that moment, the thrill of possibility surged within him. Could this be their chance to reclaim their land? To forge their destiny? And so, the Israelites rallied, their numbers swelling even as the rain poured down in a torrential curtain. As they took their positions on the battlefield, the earth beneath them trembled. The thrum of battle drums echoed in the distance, a solemn reminder of the confrontation that lay ahead. Sisera, confident in the might of his chariots and men, surveyed the terrain with a calculated gaze. "These Israelites are nothing but sheep against my lions," he declared, his voice booming, igniting a sense of invincibility among his troops. Yet, little did he know that the heavens were stirring. Dark clouds were gathering, ready to unleash their fury against him. As the first clash of swords rang out, the roar of combat filled the air. Each swing of the sword was a desperate plea for freedom. Each cry was a testament to the pain endured. The Israelites fought valiantly, their hearts pounding with fierce determination. The rain fell heavier, turning the battlefield into a treacherous mire, a slippery trap for Sisera's mighty chariots. Suddenly, a thunderous roar tore through the skies. Lightning cracked, illuminating the battlefield in stark contrast, revealing the chaos around them. Sisera's men faltered, their confidence shaken as the storm raged. The chariots, once symbols of power, became unwieldy in the mud. Soldiers stumbled, their armor weighing them down, while Barak and his forces pressed forward, their spirits emboldened by the divine intervention they believed was at hand. The tide of battle shifted. As Sisera's chariots became bogged down, panic spread like wildfire through his ranks. The once mighty army was now a disordered mass, scrambling to regain control. Barak seized the moment, launching his troops into the fray with renewed ferocity. The Israelites pushed forward, their voices rising in unison, a chorus of defiance against the oppression they had known for far too long. In the heart of the battle, Sisera realized the grim reality of his situation. With his men in disarray and his chariots defeated, he turned to flee, heart racing, mind racing faster. His eyes scanned the horizon, searching for escape, for the sanctuary of safety. But as he dashed away, his thoughts were clouded with a mix of disbelief and dread. He had underestimated the determination of the Israelites, and now, as the storm raged around him, he was nothing but a hunted man, stripped of his power. The rain continued to pour, washing away the remnants of his once mighty force and bringing with it an eerie silence, a foreboding quiet that felt heavier than the battle's roar. Deborah's prophecy echoed in the air, and Sisera's fate hung in the balance. His heart raced as he spotted the tent of Jael, the wife of Heber the Kenite. Could she provide refuge? Would she hide him from the wrath of the pursuing Israelites? Desperate and breathless, he stumbled into her tent, his mind racing with thoughts of survival. What a twist of fate, Jael thought, her heart pounding, not just from fear but from a strange exhilaration. She recognized him, the infamous commander who had brought so much suffering. A surge of power coursed through her as she made her decision. "Come in, my lord," she said softly, her voice honeyed with deceit. She offered him milk, soothing his weary body, concealing the storm of vengeance brewing within her heart. As he drank, fatigue washed over him. The weariness of battle, of fear, and of escape took its toll. He sunk into a deep slumber, unaware of the peril that awaited him. The air in the tent was thick with tension. Jael moved quietly, her heart racing with anticipation. She had become a warrior in her own right, wielding the element of surprise, knowing that the end was near for Sisera. In that moment, she embodied the spirit of the brave Israelites, fueled by years of oppression and a desire for freedom. And then it happened. A single, swift movement transformed the chaos of battle into a personal vendetta. As she took the tent peg in hand, the silence within the tent was deafening, overshadowing the distant roars of battle. With resolute determination, she drove the peg through Sisera's temple, ensuring that this tyrant would never rise again. Outside, the storm began to clear, the rain subsiding, but the echoes of conflict lingered. Israel's victory over Sisera marked a turning point, a promise of hope rising from the depths of despair. The skies brightened, casting rays of sunlight upon the battlefield, illuminating the bravery of those who had fought against tyranny. Yet, even as the Israelites began to celebrate their hard-fought victory, a new tension was brewing. The land was restless, the memory of the battle still fresh in the hearts of the people. The struggle for freedom was far from over, and the legacy of Sisera would leave its mark, resonating through the ages. The tension hung in the air, a promise of more conflict to come. As the sun dipped low on the horizon, the cries of victory melded with whispers of uncertainty. the story of Israel far from its final chapter. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the ancient hills of Israel, illuminating the faces of those gathered in the valley below. An electric energy buzzed in the air as the Israelites stood shoulder to shoulder, united in a moment of triumph that would echo throughout the ages. The battle had raged fiercely, but now, against all odds, they had emerged victorious. It was not just the clash of swords and the cries of warriors that would be remembered, but the voice of a woman, strong and unwavering, who would turn the tide of history with her song. Deborah, the prophetess and judge, stood at the forefront, her heart swelling with pride and gratitude. The weight of leadership had rested heavily on her shoulders, and the trials faced had been daunting. Yet, here she was alive, surrounded by her people, with the sweet taste of victory on her lips. They had faced Sisera, the commander of the Canaanite forces, and against all expectations, they had defeated him. In that moment, as she lifted her voice, the air around them shimmered, for this was not merely a song but a declaration of freedom and faith. Her melody flowed like a river, weaving through the crowd, binding them together in a tapestry of emotion. With each note, the memory of struggle, fear, and hope danced in the air. The words sang of valor, of the brave warriors who had stood beside her, of Barak, who had trusted her guidance, and of Jael, whose cunning would become legendary. The song carried the weight of history, a reminder that the courage of a few could inspire the many. As Deborah sang, the memories of hardship surfaced. How Sisera had oppressed them, how the Israelites had cried out in despair. The anger of their plight surged through her, infusing each lyric with raw emotion. It was a cathartic release, a way to transform pain into power, and in that moment, the crowd roared with her, their voices mingling into a mighty chorus that echoed off the hills. They were no longer just individuals. They were a community, a nation reborn. The significance of Deborah's hymn transcended the immediate circumstances of the battle. It was a proclamation of divine providence, a testimony to the belief that they were not alone in their struggles. The song celebrated not just a military victory but the reaffirmation of their faith. It spoke of a God who had not abandoned them, who had listened to their cries and granted them deliverance. With every note, the Israelites felt the chains of oppression fall away, replaced by a newfound strength and hope. The vibrant imagery in the song painted the scenes of the battlefield, the clash of iron against iron, the blood that stained the earth. Each verse was a vivid snapshot of heroism and sacrifice, of courage in the face of overwhelming odds. The warriors who had fought bravely were immortalized in the melody, their spirits soaring high above the valley, forever celebrated in the annals of their people's history. Jael, the woman who had driven a tent peg through Sisera's skull, was a central figure in this hymn. Her unexpected act of bravery would resonate through generations, a reminder that heroism can wear many faces. As Deborah sang of her cunning and strength, women in the crowd felt a surge of empowerment. They understood that their voices mattered, that their stories were intertwined with the fabric of their nation. The rhythmic echoes of Deborah's song seemed to call out to those who were not present, reaching the hearts of the weary and the downtrodden, summoning them to remember their worth. The power of the hymn lay in its ability to unify, to remind every listener of their shared struggles and victories. It rippled through the crowd like a wave, lifting spirits and rekindling the flame of hope in their hearts. As Deborah reached the climax of her song, the intensity heightened. The chorus swelled, voices rising higher, blending and intertwining, creating a powerful anthem of resilience. Tears streamed down the faces of the men and women gathered, not merely tears of joy, but of catharsis, the release of years of pain, sorrow, and yearning for hope. In that moment of unity, they felt invincible, armed with the belief that together, they could conquer anything. With the final notes lingering in the air, an overwhelming sense of gratitude washed over the people. They had witnessed a miracle, and Deborah's song had become a bridge between the past and the future. It was a statement that would resonate in the hearts of generations to come, reminding them that they were capable of greatness. In the aftermath of the song, the air buzzed with stories waiting to be told. The Israelites knew that they had not only triumphed in battle but had also found their voice. Deborah's victory hymn would not fade into obscurity but would be passed down through the ages. It would serve as a reminder of their strength and the divine presence that walked alongside them. As dusk began to settle over the valley, the people lingered, unwilling to break the spell cast by Deborah's song. Laughter and tears mingled as they shared tales of bravery and camaraderie, the bond of shared experience weaving them closer together. The light of the setting sun reflected off their faces, illuminating the hope that now burned brightly within each heart. But as the night began to envelop them, whispers of uncertainty crept in. The battle was won, yet the war for their freedom was far from over. The Canaanites would not take defeat lightly, and the Israelites knew that challenges lay ahead. Deborah's song ignited a fire of courage, but it also reminded them of the fragility of peace. Would they be ready to face the next storm, to rise once more as they had today? Such thoughts hung in the air, heavy yet electrifying, as the echoes of their victory hymn faded into the night, leaving behind a profound sense of anticipation. Tomorrow would come, and with it, new battles to fight, new songs to sing, and a legacy that would continue to unfold. The spirit of Deborah's victory hymn would linger, urging them on, reminding them that they were never truly alone, for their voices, united, could change the course of history. Thunder rumbled in the distance, a sound that echoed not just through the valleys, but through the very soul of ancient Israel. Beneath the stormy sky, an army stirred, a whirlwind of emotions trapped within the hearts of men and women alike. In the midst of this brewing storm, Deborah stood, powerful, unwavering, a prophetess whose voice could silence the din of war and the doubts of her people. Her song, a battle hymn etched in the annals of time, wafted through the air like incense, filling the hearts of those who heard it with courage and inspiration. The song was not merely a recounting of events. It was a tapestry woven with threads of identity, faith, and cultural reflection. Each note resonated with the experiences of a people on the precipice of change. It spoke of mothers who had watched their sons march into battle, of daughters who had offered prayers to the God of Israel, and of warriors driven by honor, yet burdened by the shadows of doubt. Deborah's words painted vivid images of valor and vulnerability, weaving the fabric of a society that was both triumphantly proud and deeply troubled. As the storm raged on, the lyrics of Deborah's song echoed in the minds of those awaiting her command. Awake, awake, Deborah. Awake, awake, sing a song. The repeated call to wakefulness was as much about the physical battle against Sisera's forces as it was about awakening the spirit of the people. It was an anthem of resilience, a reminder that in their unity lay their strength and their identity. Underneath the fray of weapons and shields, this was a battle for the very essence of their culture, their way of life, and their faith. The imagery within the song reflected the harsh realities of life in ancient Israel. Mountains quaked, rivers flowed with blood, and the stars themselves stood still. Nature itself seemed to join the fray, responding to the cries of the oppressed. The parallels between earthly struggles and divine intervention were potent, illustrating a cultural landscape where every battle was seen as a divine test. The people were not simply soldiers. They were vessels of a greater narrative, caught in the ebb and flow of history, where triumphs and tragedies were interwoven. Deborah's voice, sharp as a blade yet soothing as a lullaby, emphasized the importance of women within this unfolding saga. In a time when women were often relegated to the shadows, her presence shone like a beacon. She was not merely a figure of authority. She was a testament to the power of female leadership and resolve. Her song celebrated the deeds of Jael, the woman who pierced the heart of their enemy, Sisera, reminding the listeners that valor knows no gender. Together, they forged a new understanding of womanhood, a complex intertwining of strength and nurturing that defied the limitations imposed by their society. As the song unfolded, the rhythm shifted, surging with the intensity of battle. The clash of swords and the cries of the fallen became interwoven with the melody, each note a reminder of the sacrifices made in the pursuit of freedom. The people could almost taste the sweat and blood of the battlefield, feel the adrenaline coursing through their veins as Deborah's words spurred them onward. With every stanza, the urgency of the fight became palpable. It was more than a fight against oppression. It was a fight for their very identity. The cultural reflections in Deborah's song were not confined to the battlefield. As her words spiraled through the air, they reached the hearts of listeners in quiet homes, reminding them of the importance of community. Those unable to take up arms were called to support the cause in their own way, whether through prayer or preparation. It painted a vivid picture of a society that thrived on collective strength, a web of interdependence that wove every individual into the larger narrative. It underscored the notion that every voice mattered, that every action, no matter how small, contributed to the greater good. Beneath the surface of palpable tension lay a reservoir of emotions waiting to be unleashed. The song encapsulated hopes and fears, weaving a narrative of longing for peace amidst chaos. Parents feared for their children, wives prayed for their husbands, and warriors grappled with the weight of their choices. The uncertainty of battle hung heavy in the air, and with every beat of the song, it became clear that victory came with a price. The echoes of laughter mingled with whispers of grief, a poignant reminder of the fragility of life in times of war. In those moments, Deborah's voice soared, spilling forth a vision of triumph that transcended the immediate struggle. "Then the people of the Lord went down to the gates," she proclaimed, a shimmering promise of a future shaped by the courage of those willing to fight for it. It was a call to arms, yes, but also a rallying cry for the spirit of a people determined to carve out their destiny against all odds. The gates now stood as both an entrance and an exit, a threshold that separated despair from hope. As the storm raged on, the people found themselves swept into the swell of emotion that Deborah's song conjured. They were not just spectators. They were participants in a grand narrative that was unfolding around them. The clash of steel and the cries of the fallen blurred into a backdrop for the triumph of the spirit. Each note echoed the heartbeat of a nation, a melody that persisted even amidst the chaos of war. The song was a living artifact, pulsating with the memories of those who had come before and those yet to come. It bore witness to the trials and triumphs of a people who refused to be silenced. The very act of singing became a declaration, an affirmation of their existence, their struggles, and their dreams. As the rain began to fall, washing over the earth, it felt as though the heavens were weeping for their plight, yet also rejoicing in their resilience. With every word spoken, the tapestry of Deborah's song continued to unfurl, spilling over into the hearts of those who dared to listen. It held the promise of an uncertain future, yet with it came the unshakable belief that through unity and courage, they could transcend even the darkest of days. The storm outside mimicked the storm within, a reflection of the relentless spirit of a people eager to claim their place in the world. And within that powerful surge of emotion and history, the song of Deborah beckoned, inviting all who listened to immerse themselves in the depth of their collective story, a saga that was far from over, an echo that would resonate through time. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the ancient hills of Canaan. The air was thick with anticipation, a palpable tension that wrapped around the people like a cloak. Rumors spread like wildfire. The dreaded army of Sisera was advancing, a force so powerful it sent shivers down the spines of the bravest warriors. But amidst this chaos, a woman named Deborah stood firm, unyielding like the sturdy oaks that dotted the landscape. She was not just a prophetess, but a leader whose very presence commanded respect. Her heart beat not only for her people but for the God she served, and it was this faith that ignited the flames of courage in those around her. As the sun dipped beneath the horizon, painting the sky with hues of orange and purple, Deborah summoned Barak, the commander of Israel's army. The weight of the moment was heavy as they stood before one another, the stakes higher than ever. "Gather 10,000 men," she urged, her voice steady yet filled with fervor. "God will deliver Sisera into your hands." Barak's eyes sparkled with a mix of doubt and hope. Could he trust not just Deborah, but the God she claimed to follow? The raw emotion of that moment was a testament to the trust that was woven into the fabric of their relationship. He agreed, yet insisted that Deborah accompany him. It was a bold request, one that hinted at the underlying struggles of faith that tethered Barak to his own fears. In that pivotal meeting, two theological themes intertwined like vines around a tree: faith, and leadership. Deborah's faith was not passive. It surged with the fervor of a river in flood. It wasn't merely about believing in God's promises, but about acting on those promises, even when the ground beneath felt unsteady. This was a faith that demanded action, a call to arms that resonated through the valley. Her belief was infectious, a spark that ignited the hearts of Israel's warriors, pushing them to shed their doubts and rise to the call of battle. The night before the confrontation, the camp was filled with a chaotic mix of anxiety and determination. Warriors huddled together, their faces lined with uncertainty, yet glimmering with the light of hope. Deborah moved among them, her presence a balm to their restless spirits. She shared stories of their ancestors, of God's mighty hand leading them through the Red Sea, of walls falling at the sound of trumpets. Each tale was a thread, weaving a tapestry of faith that reminded them of the God who fought for them. It was in these moments that the theological theme of divine providence shone bright, emphasizing that God was not distant, but actively engaged in their lives, ready to intervene when the time was right. The dawn broke with a roar, the clash of steel against steel reverberating through the air. Deborah and Barak stood side by side, the sun illuminating their resolve. As the two armies collided, the battlefield transformed into a swirling tempest of chaos and valor. Deborah's voice rose above the clamor, a beacon guiding Barak and his men. "Charge!" she commanded, and the sound was like thunder, striking fear into the hearts of their enemies. In that moment, the theme of empowerment emerged. Deborah's leadership was not just about giving orders, but about inspiring others to embrace their roles as warriors, to fight for their freedom and faith. As Sisera's chariots thundered forward, it seemed as if all hope might be lost. But then, something extraordinary happened. The heavens opened, and a torrential rain poured down, turning the battlefield into a quagmire. Sisera's mighty machines of war struggled, faltering in the mud. This was more than mere chance. It was a divine intervention that revealed the theological theme of God's sovereignty. He was not only aware of Israel's plight, but actively fighting on their behalf. The rains became a symbol of his presence, washing away the oppression that had suffocated the people for years. With each passing moment, the tide turned further in favor of Israel. Sisera's soldiers, once filled with confidence, began to flee in terror. Barak, fueled by the knowledge of God's backing, pursued the enemy with unrelenting fervor. The excitement was electric, a heart-pounding crescendo that underscored the theme of redemption. Israel's cries were not just for victory but for liberation from the chains of oppression. The battle was a metaphor for every struggle faced throughout the ages, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, hope can break through like dawn after a long, dark night. In the midst of the chaos, Sisera himself abandoned his chariot, seeking refuge in the tent of Jael, a woman whose quiet strength held its own power. It was here, within the intimate space of her home, that another theme emerged: the subversion of expectations. Jael, a woman in a time when men wielded power, became the unexpected hero. Her actions, bold and decisive, turned the tide of the war. With every heartbeat, the air thickened with the realization that God's plan often unfolds in ways that defy human understanding. Jael's triumph over Sisera was a testament to the idea that God can use anyone, regardless of gender or status, to fulfill his purposes. As the dust settled and the echoes of battle faded into the distance, Deborah stood amidst the remnants of the fight, her heart swelling with pride for her people. They had faced insurmountable odds, but through faith and courage, they had emerged victorious. The air hummed with a new energy, a collective sigh of relief that mingled with the cries of joy and thanksgiving. Deborah's song rose from her lips, a powerful hymn celebrating not just the victory, but the faithfulness of God. Her voice soared, intertwining with the voices of her people, creating a chorus that resonated through the hills, a testament to their shared journey of faith. In the aftermath of the battle, as peace began to settle over the land, the themes woven throughout Deborah's story lingered in the air like an unfinished melody. Faith, leadership, empowerment, divine providence, sovereignty, redemption, and subversion. Each thread created a rich tapestry that would be recounted for generations. The ground they had fought for now stood as a sanctuary, a reminder of the battles fought not just in the physical realm, but in the hearts and minds of every person who dared to believe. And as the sun set, painting the sky once again, there was a sense that this story was far from over. It beckoned to the future, whispering promises of hope and courage to those yet to come. In the dim light of dawn, the air crackled with tension. The Israelites, weary yet resolute, stood at the edge of a battlefield, their hearts thumping like war drums in their chests. The sun peeked over the horizon, casting a warm glow on faces hardened by struggle and sacrifice. Among them, a woman named Deborah stood tall, her presence commanding respect and igniting hope. The whispers of her name carried through the ranks like a soothing melody, a promise of strength amidst fear. She was not just a leader, she was a beacon in the shadows, lighting the way for her people. As she surveyed the landscape of the valley, memories flooded her mind. Each scar etched on her soul told a story of hardship, but it was the fire in her heart that fueled her resolve. Deborah had become a judge and prophetess, a rarity in a time when the world was dominated by men. Her wisdom had brought unity to a fractured nation, and her voice rang out like a clarion call, urging her people to rise against the oppression of the Canaanites. Beneath her calm exterior, there was a storm of emotions, a mix of courage and vulnerability that made her not just a leader, but a symbol of hope. "Go, gather the troops," she commanded Barak, a fierce warrior who had come to her seeking guidance. Her voice was steady, yet it held an undercurrent of urgency. They had waited too long, and the time for action had come. Barak hesitated, doubt clouding his mind. "If you go with me, I will fight," he replied, the weight of his words heavy with fear. But Deborah, undeterred, offered a reassuring smile, her eyes sparkling with determination. "I will go, but know this, the glory of this victory will not be yours. It will go to a woman." The prophecy hung in the air like a thick mist, and Barak felt the chill of uncertainty creep up his spine. Yet, he couldn't deny the fire ignited by her words. The Israelites rallied, emboldened by the promise of Deborah's presence. And soon the valley was alive with the sounds of preparation. Clanging swords, anxious murmurs, and the rustling of armor filled the air, each sound a testament to their willingness to fight for freedom. As they marched towards the battlefield, a sense of unity enveloped them. Deborah rode at the front, her spirit igniting the hearts of those around her. She was their guiding star, a figure of both strength and compassion. Each stride of her chariot sent ripples of courage through the ranks, as her voice echoed in their minds. "The Lord will deliver Sisera into your hands." The trust they placed in her was palpable, a bond forged in shared hope and fierce determination. When the clash of steel finally erupted, it reverberated through the valley, a symphony of chaos and valor. Deborah fought alongside her people, her spirit intertwined with theirs. The Canaanites, confident in their might, were taken aback by the ferocity of the Israelites' resolve. With each blow struck, Deborah's heart raced, not with fear, but with an electrifying sense of purpose. She was not just a leader in body. She was a force of nature, a whirlwind that propelled her people forward. But the battle was not without loss. The cries of the wounded pierced the air, a haunting reminder of the stakes they faced. Each time she saw a fallen comrade, her heart ached, yet it strengthened her resolve to fight harder. Deborah moved like a warrior poet, her movements fluid and graceful, yet fierce and powerful. She was the embodiment of 1,000 stories, each one echoing through the ages, inspiring generations to come. As Sisera, the commander of the Canaanite army, watched his forces falter, panic surged through his veins. He had underestimated the power of a woman's leadership, the strength of a united people. In a desperate bid to escape, he fled the battlefield, only to encounter a fierce woman named Jael. The irony of his fate twisted in the air like a dark omen. The prophecy had come full circle, and Deborah's words echoed in the quiet corners of the battlefield. The victory was as much Deborah's as it was Barak's. The Israelites rejoiced, their cries of triumph echoing through the hills, a celebration of freedom won through the bravery of a woman who had dared to lead. As Deborah stood among her people, the weight of their victory settled on her shoulders. She felt the raw emotion of the moment, the joy, the grief, the hope, and it washed over her like a tidal wave. This was not just a battle won. It was a testament to the power of belief, unity, and the undeniable strength of women. But amidst the celebrations, the reality of war lingered. Deborah knew that this victory was merely a chapter in a larger story, a fight that would continue beyond today. The Canaanites would not rest, and neither would those who sought to oppress. The Israelites had tasted victory, but the road ahead was fraught with challenges. It was a truth that weighed heavily on her heart, one that ignited a new fire within her. With the sun dipping below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of crimson and gold, Deborah gathered her people once more. They stood together, weary yet victorious, their faces illuminated by the fading light. "This is not the end," she proclaimed, her voice piercing through the evening air. "We have shown what we are capable of. We must continue to fight, to protect our families, our land, and our freedom." The crowd erupted in cheers, their spirits buoyed by her words. In that moment, Deborah became more than just a leader. She transformed into a legend, her legacy woven into the fabric of their history. The impact of her leadership would ripple through time, inspiring countless others to rise against oppression and embrace their own power. Yet, as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, a sense of anticipation hung in the air. Deborah could feel the weight of her destiny pressing upon her. The challenges ahead loomed like dark clouds on the horizon, but she stood resolute. For every victory won, another battle awaited, and she was ready to face them head-on, with her people by her side. The fires of hope burned bright, illuminating their path forward, a path paved by courage, determination, and the indomitable spirit of a woman who had changed the fate of a nation forever. In a flickering shadow, a candle sputtered, illuminating the faces of those gathered in the cramped chapel. Silence enveloped them, thick enough to slice through. They could hear the wind howl outside, a harbinger of the storm brewing, both in the sky and within their hearts. Each person clutched their rosaries, fingers trembling, as a palpable tension filled the air. It was a night steeped in fear, but also in the kind of faith that binds souls together against the darkness. Fear and faith have always danced a delicate waltz through history, one feeding off the other, twisting lives into intricate tales. On this night, the villagers faced a choice. Rumors of a witch hunt had swept through their small town, igniting a blaze of suspicion and dread. Everyone whispered the name of the old woman who lived at the edge of the woods, a figure cloaked in mystery. She was said to converse with spirits, to dabble in the supernatural. The villagers were torn. Trust the whispers of their hearts or cling to the teachings that had been passed down for generations. As the wind screamed, a sudden crash broke the stillness. Fear swept over the congregation like a tidal wave. The townsfolk exchanged frantic glances. Was it the witch, or perhaps something worse? Their imaginations painted grotesque images of shadows lurking just beyond the chapel doors, waiting to snatch them away. Each heartbeat echoed the warnings they had heard as children, tales of curses and dark magic that hung in the air like a heavy fog. Yet amid the chaos, there was also an ember of faith, a belief that something greater watched over them. Old Mrs. Jenkins, her hands knotted like the gnarled branches outside, spoke up, her voice steady against the storm. "We must trust in the light," she said, her eyes glinting with an inner strength. Her words resonated, filling the room with a warmth that momentarily banished the chill of fear. In that instant, the villagers remembered the stories of their ancestors, those brave souls who faced adversity with unwavering faith. They recalled the miracles that had been attributed to their prayers, the times when faith had healed the sick and comforted the grieving. But fear is a cunning adversary. It whispers lies and sows doubt, and soon the tranquil glow of hope began to flicker. Thoughts turned to the children tucked away at home, innocent and vulnerable. What if the darkness caught up to them? What if the old stories were not merely tales but warnings? The weight of this fear pressed down on them, thick and suffocating. The candle sputtered again, casting unsettling shadows that morphed and twisted. Was that a figure lurking at the back of the chapel? In that moment, the villagers faced their reckoning. Should they confront their fear, challenging the darkness head-on? Or would they let it define them? The air crackled with tension, a moment frozen in time where faith and fear stood toe-to-toe. The memories of the past, rife with betrayal and sacrifice, echoed in their minds. The witch trials of old, when accusations flew like arrows and neighbors turned against neighbors. Would history repeat itself tonight? As the storm raged on, the townspeople began to share their stories, each a thread weaving them closer together. The fear that once threatened to tear them apart now became a unifying force. Young Thomas spoke of his ailing sister, how her laughter once lit up his life. "I would do anything to save her," he said, his voice trembling. "I have faith that the old woman can help us." His bravery sparked a flicker of courage in others. Old Mr. Thompson, who had long lost his own faith, felt a warmth in his chest as he recalled how he survived a near-fatal illness after a prayer from the village healer years ago. The hesitance melted, replaced by a collective resolve. They would face the old woman, not as hunters but as seekers of truth. Their fear transformed into a willingness to confront the unknown, to challenge whatever darkness threatened their community. But as they steeled themselves to leave the chapel, another sound pierced the night, a low, ominous growl, rumbling like thunder from the depths of the woods. The villagers froze, fear clawing its way back into their hearts. In that moment of stillness, doubt crept back in. Was their faith strong enough to carry them through the night? What if the old woman was indeed a vessel of darkness? The questions tangled in their minds, each a thorn in the fragile blossom of hope. Yet, just as despair threatened to choke them, a figure appeared outside the chapel door, a silhouette against the storm. The old woman stepped forward, her face illuminated in the flickering light. She held a staff, a crooked reminder of wisdom and resilience. Her gaze pierced through their fear, a beacon of something ancient and powerful. In that instant, the tension was palpable, a mix of dread and undeniable curiosity. What would happen next? The villagers stood at the threshold, caught between fear and faith. As the wind howled and the storm raged on, they sensed a critical moment upon them, an intersection of fate that would bind their stories forever. The air pulsed with a life of its own, each breath a reminder of the choices that lay ahead. Would they plunge into the unknown, led by faith, or would they retreat into the comforting arms of fear, allowing the darkness to swallow them whole? Such questions lingered like ghosts, their answers poised just beyond the horizon, waiting for the first brave soul to take a step into the night. In the stillness of the early morning, the sun crested the hills, casting a golden hue over the land of Canaan. Birds flitted in the trees, their song a gentle backdrop to the tension that hung in the air. It was a land ripe with stories, but none more compelling than that of Deborah, a woman who stood at the helm of her people in a time when the world was anything but kind to women. Deborah was not a mere figure draped in the colors of tradition. She was a beacon of strength, wisdom, and bravery. Her voice rang clear through the valleys, cutting through the noise of doubt and fear. She was both a prophetess and a judge, revered by the people who came to her, seeking guidance and clarity in a tumultuous world. Her presence had a weight, a magnetic pull that drew the lost and the weary into her orbit. One day, as the sun hung low in the sky, a heaviness filled the air. The Canaanites, led by the fierce Sisera, were a looming threat, their chariots like dark clouds gathering on the horizon. Deborah knew what was coming. She sensed the dread coursing through her people, felt the tremors of fear beneath the surface. Yet, she understood that leadership was not just about wielding power. It was about igniting hope when shadows threatened to swallow the light. Gathering the elders of Israel, she stood before them, her heart racing but her voice steady. "The time has come," she spoke, her words slicing through the murmurs of uncertainty. "We will not cower, we will rise. God has commanded us to take back our land." The air crackled with energy as her words took root in the hearts of those who listened. They could feel the embers of courage igniting within them, fueled by the fire of her conviction. Barak, a warrior who had long waited for a sign, found himself standing before her, his usual bravado replaced by a tremor of doubt. "I will go," he said hesitantly, "but only if you accompany me." A silence fell, thick and heavy. Deborah's eyes sparkled with resolve. "I will go with you," she replied. "But understand this, the honor of victory will not be yours alone. A woman will claim the glory." The moment hung, charged with anticipation. Barak nodded, a mix of relief and confusion written across his face. He respected her authority, yet the thought of women taking glory in battle felt foreign, almost impossible. But Deborah's strength was not merely in her words. She embodied the very essence of leadership, a force that transcended the traditional roles of her time. As they gathered the troops, the atmosphere shifted. Men who had once feared defeat felt emboldened by her presence. They saw the fire in her eyes, the unwavering belief that they could prevail against Sisera's formidable army. Deborah moved among them, her hand resting on shoulders, her laughter breaking through the tension, lifting spirits like a gentle breeze. The day of battle dawned. The landscape transformed into a theater of conflict. The clamor of swords clashing against shields echoed against the mountains, a fierce symphony of war. As the armies met, chaos erupted, fear and courage intertwined in a dance as old as time. In the midst of it all, Deborah stood tall, watching, guiding, her heart pounding with a mix of anxiety and anticipation. The tide of battle ebbed and flowed, but Deborah remained a steady force. She called out commands, directing her troops with an uncanny intuition that seemed to bridge heaven and earth. "Charge now!" she would cry, her voice a clarion call that rallied the men around her. They surged forward, inspired by her confidence, each strike a testament to the power of her leadership. Suddenly, Sisera's chariots faltered, the once unstoppable force losing its grip. The ground trembled beneath Deborah's feet as she sensed victory within reach. In the chaos, she caught sight of Barak, leading the charge with fierce determination. She felt a swell of pride, knowing her influence had lit a fire within him that no adversity could extinguish. But Sisera was clever and cunning. As the battle raged on, he slipped away from the chaos, seeking refuge in the tent of Jael, a woman who watched the world shift around her. With a heart full of courage, she seized the moment when the time was right. The echoes of battle faded behind her as she approached Sisera, the man who had once terrorized her people. What followed was a decisive act, one that would seal her name in the annals of history alongside Deborah, a testament to the strength of women when they rise against oppression. In the aftermath of victory, as the dust settled and the cries of battle turned to whispers of triumph, Deborah's heart swelled with an indescribable joy. She had led her people through the storm, not just with the strength of arms, but with the power of belief. She painted a vision of a world where women and men could stand shoulder to shoulder, each wielding their unique gifts in service to a greater cause. The stories of Deborah and Jael spread like wildfire, igniting hope in the hearts of countless women who had long been told they were not enough. In every corner of the land, whispers of their courage echoed, as women began to rise, emboldened by the legacy of their actions. They danced to the rhythm of their newfound strength, no longer bound by the chains of expectation. Yet, even as laughter filled the air, shadows loomed. The cycle of power and oppression was not easily broken. New threats lay in wait, new battles to be fought. Deborah understood that the path toward true leadership was fraught with challenges, but she was ready to face them, no matter what lay ahead. With a heart full of fire and a spirit unyielding, she looked toward the horizon, ready to embrace whatever came next. In a dimly lit room, shadows danced across the walls as candles flickered, illuminating the pages of a worn Bible. It was in this sacred space that women of strength and resilience were whispered about, their stories interwoven with divine purpose. One could almost hear the echoes of their lives, their joys and sorrows, resonating through time. Among them, a tapestry of unforgettable female figures existed, each bearing their own burdens, yet standing tall against the tides of history. How they compare to one another reveals not just their individual strengths, but also the enduring spirit of womanhood as painted through the brushstrokes of sacred narrative. Take, for instance, Ruth, a Moabite woman whose loyalty shimmered like the stars on a clear night. She clung to her mother-in-law Naomi with fierce devotion. When Naomi urged her to return to her own people, Ruth replied with words that still send shivers down the spine. "Where you go, I will go. Where you stay, I will stay." This was not mere words. This was a promise steeped in love and sacrifice. Ruth did not just follow. She stepped into a world unknown, facing the daunting challenges of a foreign land. Her life transformed when she gleaned in the fields of Boaz, an act that would lead to her becoming an ancestor of King David. In her courage and determination, we glimpse a reflection of Esther, a queen who risked everything for her people. Esther's tale unfolds with the weight of a crown. She entered a world filled with danger and deceit, where her beauty was both her shield and her sword. When her cousin Mordecai urged her to speak to the king on behalf of the Jews, she hesitated, fearing for her life. Yet, like Ruth, she found strength in her love for her kin. "If I perish, she declared, stepping into the royal court, adorned not just in jewels, but with the grit of a woman willing to fight for justice. The heart races as one considers the parallels. Both women, faced with peril, chose loyalty and love over comfort and safety. Then there's Deborah, a judge and prophetess, an embodiment of leadership that shatters the glass ceiling of her time. While men went to battle, Deborah stood tall, holding court under a palm tree, offering wisdom and guidance. She summoned Barak to arms, igniting a spark of courage in him that many could only dream of. With her at his side, they led the Israelites to victory against their oppressors. The stakes were high, and the tension palpable. One can imagine the fierce battles raging, Deborah's voice cutting through the chaos, rallying her people. In her leadership, we see echoes of Miriam, the sister of Moses. Miriam, a prophetess in her own right, played a pivotal role in the Exodus, leading women in song and dance after the Red Sea parted. Both women marked their presence in a world dominated by men, their strength a beacon for generations to come. And then comes Mary, the mother of Jesus, whose heart felt the weight of an angel's announcement. "You will conceive and give birth to a son," the angel said, and Mary's world shifted. She was young, engaged, and suddenly thrust into a narrative that would change the course of history. Her faith, despite fear and uncertainty, shines brightly. "I am the Lord's servant," she replied, embodying a trust that sends shivers down the spine. Unlike the warrior queens and judges of old, Mary's power lay in her willingness to surrender to a calling greater than herself. In her humility, we see a profound strength, a thread connecting her to Hannah, who prayed fervently for a child, her heartache palpable in the silence of the night. Both women, through their pain and longing, brought forth life that would forever alter the world. As the stories intertwine, one can feel the invisible bonds of shared trials and triumphs. Each woman faced her own unique battles, Ruth with her loyalty, Esther with her courage, Deborah with her leadership, Miriam with her song, and Mary with her faith. They were warriors, nurturers, and prophets, each holding a piece of the divine puzzle. The weight of their stories presses against the heart, creating an ache for understanding the depths of their sacrifices and the heights of their bravery. The emotions swell with every comparison. The struggles they faced echo throughout the ages, resonating with women today who find themselves in similar trials. Each story inspires courage, urging women to step out of their comfort zones, to fight for their loved ones, and to trust in a purpose greater than themselves. It is not just the characters on the pages that captivate. It is the very essence of womanhood that pulses with life, beckoning readers to reflect on their own journeys, their own choices. In the whispers of history, the narratives of these women bleed into one another, forming a chorus of resilience. As one contemplates the depths of their lives, it is impossible not to feel the emotional weight of their experiences. The stories linger, creating a tapestry rich with lessons of loyalty, courage, leadership, faith, and sacrifice. Each woman carved a path not only for herself but for generations to follow. As their stories intertwine, a deeper understanding emerges, the realization that these women are not just figures of the past. They are reflections of the very fabric of life, embodying hopes and dreams that resonate through time. Their echoes serve as a reminder that every woman has the power to write her own story, to stand tall against the waves of adversity, and to believe in the light of her purpose, even in the darkest of times. As the candle flickers low, one can almost hear the whispers of these mighty women, urging the next generation to rise, to love fiercely, and to stand boldly for what is right. The truth is, their stories have no end. They live on in the hearts of those who dare to remember and to carry the torch of faith, resilience, and love into the future. The sun hung low, casting a golden hue over the remnants of the battlefield, where echoes of gunfire had transformed into haunting silence. In the aftermath of the clash, an eerie calm settled over the land, broken only by the distant sounds of mourning and the cries of those searching for their loved ones. The dust was still swirling, a gentle reminder of the violence that had just unfolded, and yet, amid the devastation, a new dawn was breaking, a dawn of liberation that would etch itself into the annals of history. On that fateful day, the air was thick with a mix of fear and hope. Soldiers, their uniforms tattered and faces smeared with grime, wandered through the rubble, their eyes glazed with disbelief. Some were gripped by the anguish of loss, clutching photographs of brothers and fathers, while others stood frozen, trying to comprehend the enormity of what had transpired. Every step was a reminder, every breath a testament to survival. The ground beneath them was both sacred and cursed, soaked in the blood of those who had fought bravely for a dream of freedom and home. In the distance, the outlines of Jerusalem rose majestically against the sky, a city steeped in history, faith, and struggle. The very stones seemed to whisper stories of ancient times, of battles fought and sacrifices made. Each warrior, each civilian, had become a part of this tapestry, woven together by shared hopes and heartaches. The liberation of Israel was not merely a political achievement. It was a spiritual awakening, a resurgence of identity that resonated through every heart. Among the survivors was Miriam, her weary eyes reflecting the weight of the world. She had lost her brother in the fighting, a brave young man whose dreams had been cut short. As she walked through the remnants of her neighborhood, each crumbling wall carried memories of laughter and love. She could almost hear his voice calling to her, urging her to find strength amid the chaos. But with every step, the emptiness echoed louder, a reminder of the price they had paid for this long-sought liberation. Nearby, David, a soldier who had fought valiantly on the front lines, found himself overwhelmed by the sights of devastation. The cheers of victory had quickly turned into sobs of mourning, and he couldn't shake the faces of fallen comrades from his mind. Each one had a name, a story, a life that had been extinguished far too soon. Yet, deep within him, a flicker of hope stirred. They hadn't fought in vain. Their sacrifices had lit the flame for a new beginning. As the sun dipped lower, painting the sky in shades of crimson, the people of Israel began to gather in small clusters. A sense of camaraderie bloomed amidst the grief, an understanding that together they could rise from the ashes. Voices began to lift in song, an ancient melody that had united them through centuries of pain. The haunting strains of Hatikvah, their national anthem, filled the air, wrapping around them like a warm embrace. Tears flowed freely, but they were no longer just tears of sorrow. They were mingled with the joy of newfound freedom. Children, who had witnessed too much for their tender years, dared to smile again. Their laughter rang out like bells, a sound that pierced through the shroud of despair. They played among the ruins, their innocence a stark contrast to the remnants of war. What had once seemed lost was slowly being reclaimed, not just in the physical sense, but in the very spirit of the people. Hope was not merely a word. It was alive, pulsing through the streets of Jerusalem. As night fell, the flickering lights of candles began to dot the landscape, illuminating the faces of those who had gathered for a moment of remembrance. Families stood together, holding hands tightly, their unity a powerful statement against the darkness that had threatened to consume them. Amid the flickering flames, stories were shared, of heroism, of loss, and of resilience. Each tale added another layer to the collective memory, binding them together in a way that words alone could never capture. In the soft glow of candlelight, an elder woman, her face lined with the stories of her past, spoke of the generations that had yearned for this moment. "We are the dreamers," she said, her voice trembling with emotion. "Our ancestors fought for this land, for our right to call it home. Today, we stand on their shoulders, and we must honor their sacrifices by living freely." The crowd erupted in cheers, their spirits lifting as they felt the weight of history upon them. But the night was not yet over. Just beyond the horizon, the distant rumble of conflict still lingered, a reminder that liberation came with its own set of challenges. The shadows of uncertainty loomed large, and whispers of what lay ahead crept into conversations. Would peace truly follow? Would the world accept their right to exist? These questions hung in the air, a somber note amidst the celebration. And then, as if summoned by their collective yearning, a figure appeared on the elevated steps of a nearby temple. It was a leader, a voice of the new Israel, strong and unwavering. He addressed the crowd, his presence commanding, filled with an energy that seemed to spark a fire in their hearts. "Today, we reclaim not just our land, but our identity. This is not just a victory, but a promise to each other, to our children, and to the generations yet to come." With that declaration, the crowd erupted again, voices rising in unison, echoing through the streets of Jerusalem, a tapestry of hope woven into the fabric of their lives. The night air was alive with emotion, each heartbeat syncing with the collective pulse of a people rising from the ashes of despair. The battle was over, but the war for peace and identity had just begun, and they were ready to fight. As they stood there, wrapped in the glow of hope and sorrow, a new chapter awaited them, with unknown challenges on the horizon and a determination to forge a path towards a future that they could call their own. In a small, dimly lit room filled with the soft murmur of voices, a group of women gathered, their faces etched with determination and fear. It was 1917, and the world outside was engulfed in the chaos of war. Each woman, with her own story, had come to a crossroads where their lives would intertwine with the fate of nations. They were not just wives, daughters, or sisters. They were becoming something much more profound. In that moment, as they looked into each other's eyes, a quiet revolution was born. A revolution not just against the enemy across the sea, but against the very roles that had confined them for centuries. The implications for women's roles in service were profound and sweeping, echoing through history like the distant thunder of cannon fire. These women were stepping beyond the boundaries of their homes, armed not with weapons but with compassion, resilience, and an indomitable spirit. It was a time when society whispered that a woman's place was in the home, yet these brave souls were redefining what it meant to serve, to fight, and to stand shoulder to shoulder with men who once saw them as fragile and dependent. As they donned the crisp uniforms, the texture of the fabric stark against their skin, a shiver of empowerment coursed through them. Nurses, cooks, and munitions workers, each role carried weight, each choice was a statement. The air crackled with a mix of anticipation and anxiety. The war machine churned on, but so did the gears of change. Women became indispensable in factories, filling the gaps left by men who had gone off to war. They wielded tools and machinery, their hands skilled and calloused, transforming from caretakers to architects of industry. In the factories, the clang of metal echoed like a heartbeat, a rhythm that pulsed with newfound freedom. Women learned to navigate assembly lines, their laughter mingling with the sound of machines. But it wasn't just the roar of industry that marked their transformation. It was the realization that they were no longer invisible. They were seen, valued, and crucial to the war effort. The camaraderie among these women blossomed into sisterhood, a bond forged in the fires of shared struggle and sacrifice. They shared stories during brief breaks, the joy of empowerment lighting up their faces as they spoke of dreams long buried beneath the weight of societal expectations. But the shadows of doubt still loomed large. What would happen when the war ended? Would they be shoved back into the confines of domesticity, or would their fight for recognition continue? The question hung heavily between them, unspoken yet palpable. Each woman was acutely aware that their service was shifting perceptions, challenging norms that had stood for generations. They were no longer merely the nurturers. They were the makers of history. Amidst the bustling factories and hospitals, there were moments of raw emotion. A nurse, her hands steady yet gentle, tended to the wounds of young soldiers, each bandage a testament to her strength. Tears mixed with the dirt on her cheeks as she whispered words of comfort to a soldier who trembled not just from pain, but from fear of what lay ahead. In those fleeting seconds, the lines between gender roles blurred, and the capacity for bravery was redefined. She was not just a caregiver. She was a warrior in her own right, fighting battles of the heart. The war changed everything. As the years rolled on and the conflict ravaged on, stories of women in service spread like wildfire. They became symbols of resilience, inspiring others to join the movement. Some women enlisted, donning uniforms with pride, their spirits soaring as they marched into a world that had once deemed them unfit for combat. They fought not just for their country, but for their right to exist as equals in every realm. Then came the moment when victory was declared. Streets erupted in celebration, but the cheers were bittersweet. Many women found themselves at a crossroads once more. Would they return to the shadows or embrace this new dawn? The implications of their service lingered long after the last shot was fired. The doors they had cracked open were now ajar, challenging an entire generation to step forward. The impact of their roles was felt far and wide, as women across the globe began to envision a life beyond the confines of tradition. The suffrage movement surged alongside the war, gaining momentum with every woman who took a stand. The voices that once echoed softly now rang out with a clarion call for change. No longer mere spectators, they demanded a seat at the table, a voice in the decisions that shaped their lives. The lessons learned in service transcended the battlefield. They seeped into the very fabric of society, weaving a narrative of equality that would resonate for decades to come. Yet, as history often shows, progress is fraught with resistance. The struggle was far from over. Many women found themselves back in domestic roles, the weight of societal expectations pressing down once again. The fight for recognition continued, and lingering questions remained. What would the next generation inherit? Would the sacrifices made be honored or forgotten? And so, the story of women in service flowed into the next chapter of history, like a river carving its path through solid rock. The echoes of their footsteps resonated, creating ripples that would touch countless lives. As they looked back at the battlefields of their past, they forged ahead into a future that held both promise and uncertainty. The implications of their roles in service were not just a fleeting moment. They were the seeds of change, planted deep within the soil of society, waiting to bloom in ways yet unseen. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting long shadows across the fields where the ancient tribe gathered. A hush fell upon the crowd as an elder stood before them, his voice trembling with reverence. "Deborah," he began, the name rolling like thunder among the people. A woman who wore her strength like armor and wielded wisdom like a sword. In that moment, her story sparked a flame in the hearts of those listening, igniting a legacy that would stretch far beyond the present. Deborah was more than a judge. She was a beacon of hope in a time of chaos. Her hands had led armies, her counsel had guided kings, and her very presence brought courage to those who lived in fear. The stories of her bravery whispered through generations, wrapped in the warmth of the hearth and the chill of the night air. The echoes of her decisions sparked a brilliant fire in the minds of young girls and boys alike, each waiting for their moment to shine, to lead, to rise. As the years slipped by, her influence spread like ripples on a still lake. In the quiet corners of homes, mothers shared tales of Deborah to their children, her image becoming a symbol of strength and resilience. Little girls would pretend to be warriors, their makeshift swords made of sticks, their fierce cries shaking the leaves of the trees. They dreamed of leading their people, of stepping into the shoes of the woman who dared to break the mold in a world that often silenced them. One such girl, Miriam, stood at the edge of the village, her heart pounding in her chest. The elders were gathering, and she longed to hear their stories, to drink in the wisdom that flowed like a river through her people's history. As she listened, tears welled in her eyes when she heard of Deborah's bravery in battle, how she called upon Barak, reminding him of the strength that lay dormant within him. "You are not alone," she had shouted. And as the stories unfolded, Miriam felt the power of those words wrap around her like a warm blanket. "I am not alone," she whispered to herself, her spirit ignited. In another village, a boy named Eli clutched a small, worn-out scroll that contained tales of Deborah's judgments. Inspired, he memorized her decisions, feeling the weight of justice in his own hands. "You stand for what is right," he would say to himself, imagining the day when he would hold the same power to lead. Countless evenings turned into late nights as he practiced his speeches before the mirror, channeling Deborah's unwavering resolve. But Deborah's legacy was not just confined to the whispers of children. It spilled into the struggles of women who sought to break free from the chains of tradition. A group of women, rallying around the legend of Deborah, rose up demanding their place at the table. They took their inspiration from her courage, organizing meetings under the cover of night, sharing ideas and strategies, their hearts pounding with the rhythm of change. They knew the world was watching, and they would not let fear silence them. Among them was Rachel, a woman whose spirit burned with a fierce determination. "If Deborah can lead an army, then we can lead our families," she proclaimed, her voice steady and sure. The other women nodded, emboldened by her passion. They shared stories of their own struggles, their own battles against the expectations placed upon them. Rachel often recalled how Deborah had stood alone, a figure of defiance in a male-dominated world, and it lit a fire within her. "We are the voices of our people," she would shout, her eyes ablaze with conviction. As time marched on, the stories of Deborah transformed into a symbol of empowerment. Scholars began to study her legacy in earnest, writing treatises that discussed her role not just as a judge, but as a pioneer of female leadership. The discussions ignited debates in the great halls of learning, where men and women alike grappled with the implications of her life. "How can we honor her legacy?" they asked, their voices rising in passionate discourse. In the quiet corners of these gatherings, some sensed a change stirring. The legacy of Deborah was not a mere tale of the past. It was a living, breathing entity that fought against the currents of time. It urged those present to challenge the status quo, to push boundaries, and to redefine what it meant to lead. Simple lives were transformed by the mere mention of her name, as her essence seeped into the fabric of their aspirations. Years later, when the shadows of Deborah's time seemed but a distant memory, her impact continued to shape destinies. A young leader named David stood before a crowd, aware that he would follow in the footsteps of giants like Deborah. He felt the weight of her legacy pressing upon him. Each decision he made a reflection of her teachings. "I will protect my people," he declared, with fervor echoing the spirit of the woman who had once rallied armies with her voice alone. The crowd erupted in applause, and in that moment, the very air crackled with emotion. Generations had passed since Deborah had walked the earth, yet the stories and values she imparted had woven themselves into the lives of many. It was as if her spirit danced in the air, merging with the hopes and dreams of those who followed. In the twilight of her legacy, Deborah remained more than a historical figure. She became a timeless reminder of inner strength, unity, and the relentless pursuit of justice. As the stories continued to be shared, they rippled across time, each generation adding its own layer, its own interpretation, forever entwined with the indomitable spirit of the woman who had led with heart and courage. And so, the flames of her legacy burned brightly, illuminating paths for those yet to come. In shadowy corners and sunlit fields, her name was spoken with reverence, a powerful anthem of hope that would never fade. The story of Deborah would continue, weaving its way through the lives of countless souls, a legacy that could never be extinguished, forever whispering, "Stand tall, for you are never alone." In the quiet hum of a village, a cloak of uncertainty settled like a fog. The air was thick with whispers, and the fear of oppression lay heavy on the hearts of the people. But somewhere amid the anxiety and despair stood a woman, her name echoing through the ages. Deborah. It was not merely her brilliance or her courage that set her apart. It was the audacity of her spirit in a world that sought to stifle it. As she sat beneath the palm tree that bore her name, her mind swirled with thoughts, visions of hope and rebellion. The sun cast long shadows around her, and the voices of her people rang in her ears, a cacophony of despair and longing. "Will we ever rise against the iron grip of Jabin?" they murmured. Their eyes, bright with a glimmer of hope, turned to Deborah, the prophetess, the judge. She felt the weight of their expectations as if the very heavens pressed down upon her shoulders. Even her heart raced with uncertainty, yet something deep within her ignited a flame. She was not just a woman. She was a beacon, a lighthouse in turbulent seas. Deborah's story was not one of passive waiting. Rather, it was a tapestry woven from threads of fierce determination and divine inspiration. The narrative surrounding her is both stirring and tragic, a reflection of the battles fought within and without. When she called upon Barak, a warrior with the heart of a lion yet the spirit of a deer, it was not merely a summons, it was a declaration. "Go!" she commanded, her voice steady, ringing out like a clarion call. "The Lord has gone before you." Deborah's words were a storm, electrifying the air, stirring courage in Barak's heart. Yet doubt lingered like mist. "If you go with me, I will go," he replied, a tremor in his voice, revealing the insecurities that gnawed at him. It was in this moment of vulnerability that the deeper essence of the narrative unfolded. A woman leading a man into battle, a twist of fate that would leave a mark on history. Barak's hesitation mirrored the fears of the people. They had been trampled for too long, and the prospect of defiance was both exhilarating and terrifying. As they prepared for battle, the atmosphere shifted. Tension crackled like electricity in the air. Deborah's heart thudded in her chest as she envisioned the face of Sisera, Jabin's commander, a man whose cruelty was etched into the memories of her people. The thought of confronting him sent shivers down her spine. Yet, with each passing moment, she felt a surge of empowerment. She was not merely a figurehead. She was the embodiment of divine will, a warrior in her own right. The clash of swords and the roar of chariots filled the valley as the armies collided. The air was thick with dust and the cries of the wounded. Deborah stood on the precipice of the battlefield, a fierce warrior among soldiers, her presence igniting their spirits. "Charge!" she shouted, her voice rising above the chaos. With her command, the ground trembled with the echoes of thousands who had endured oppression. And now, for the first time, they surged forward, propelled by both fear and hope. As the battle raged, Deborah's heart raced with adrenaline and fear. She was the pulse of the fight, rallying the troops with every command. The sun hung high in the sky, a witness to the heroism and sacrifice unfolding below. It was a moment suspended in time, each heartbeat a testament to the struggle for freedom. The clash of steel rang out, mingling with the cries of the fallen, a haunting symphony of valor and tragedy. But what lay ahead? The narrative hinted at a twist, a woman's hand poised to deliver fate. Jael, a seemingly inconspicuous figure in the tapestry of this tale, would soon emerge as a key player. As Sisera fled from the battlefield, weary and desperate, it was to her tent he stumbled, oblivious to the destiny that awaited him. Jael's heart pounded with anticipation and dread. She understood the weight of her choice. "Come in," she urged, her voice soft and beguiling, masking the tumult of emotions swirling within her. Sisera, lulled by her hospitality, did not know that he had walked into the very jaws of fate. The tension escalated, a quiet storm brewing as Jael took up the tent peg. The narrative skillfully weaves these threads: a woman's courage, a warrior's struggle, and the twists of fate that bind them together. In this clash of destinies, Deborah's story intertwines with Jael's, creating a rich tapestry of female strength and resilience. The boldness of these women shines through, defying the conventions of their time and the expectations of society. They were more than mere figures in a biblical narrative. They were embodiments of the struggle for justice and freedom, and their legacy would resonate through history. As the dust settled and the echoes of battle faded into memory, Deborah and Jael stood together, two women bound by a shared purpose, their hearts thumping to the rhythm of a new dawn. The victory over oppression was not merely won through swords and valor. It was their mutual strength, their unwavering resolve that had rewritten their story. This was a narrative pulsing with life, a saga of courage and conviction, where women rose to illuminate the path of justice. And as the sun began to set on that fateful day, the shadows danced, hinting at the stories yet to unfold. What awaited them next? The world was ripe with possibilities, histories yet untold, and battles yet to be fought. Their triumph sparked a movement, a flame that would not be extinguished but rather grow into a wildfire of change. Each heartbeat echoed the promise of a new era, leaving only one question lingering in the air. What would the future hold for those daring enough to dream? In a world where the desert sun beats down mercilessly, a woman stands tall, her silhouette etched against a brilliant sky. Deborah, the prophetess and judge, is a beacon of strength in a time when the sound of male voices often drowned out the whispers of women. Clad in a simple robe, her heart beats fiercely with the weight of her people's struggles. She is not just a figure from ancient texts. She is the embodiment of wisdom and courage, waiting to be understood in the layers of history that have shaped her image. As the sun rises, casting golden rays across the land, Deborah gathers her people under a tree, a place of gathering of counsel, where voices mingle and secrets are shared. The murmurs of the crowd swell, all eyes on her, their hearts pounding with a mix of hope and fear. She raises her hand, and the air thickens with anticipation. The Israelites, weary from oppression, look to her for guidance, for she speaks with the authority granted by divine insight. Her words are not merely echoes of the past. They resonate through the ages, striking a chord that still vibrates in the hearts of many today. In Jewish tradition, Deborah's role is often seen through the lens of her extraordinary leadership. She is not just a judge but a prophetess, conveying God's will to her people. The texts portray her as a visionary, a woman who breaks the mold of what it means to lead. Her story unfolds against the backdrop of a harsh reality, a time when the Israelites were oppressed by the Canaanite king, Jabin. The weight of her responsibility is palpable, a burden she carries with grace. With every decision, the stakes rise. Will she inspire her people to rise against their oppressors, or will fear paralyze them? As she calls for Barak, a warrior hesitant yet intrigued by her strength, the tension crackles in the air. Deborah's voice, steady and unwavering, challenges him. Go! The Lord has given you victory. Her faith ignites a flame in Barak's heart, pushing him toward action. Yet it is Deborah's courage that truly stirs the hearts of the Israelites. She embodies the belief that every person has a role in the tapestry of their community's fate. The scene shimmers with emotion, fear clashing with hope, doubt fighting against belief. It is a moment where one woman's unwavering spirit can alter the course of history. The battle that follows is no mere clash of swords. It is a manifestation of Deborah's prophecy. As the armies clash in the valley of Jezreel, the earth trembles beneath their feet, and the air fills with the cries of warriors. Deborah stands at the forefront, her presence a guiding light, reminding Barak and his men that they fight for a cause greater than themselves. Her heart races with each clash, each shout, a mix of fear and exhilaration coursing through her. This is the moment she was born for, the moment when faith and action intertwine in an everlasting dance. As the Canaanite forces begin to falter, the tide of battle shifts, and Deborah's prophecy rings true. Israel is victorious. In the aftermath, the air thick with the scent of sweat and determination, the people rejoice. They sing songs of victory, and Deborah leads them, her voice soaring above the din, a testament to triumph. But even in victory, there lingers a melancholy. Her role as a judge is not simply as a leader in battle, but as a healer and guide in the aftermath. The burdens of war echo in her heart, and she knows the work is far from over. The songs sung in her honor do not merely celebrate a victory. They enshrine Deborah in the hearts of her people. She is remembered not just for her military prowess, but for her wisdom, her nurturing spirit, and her ability to inspire hope. In Jewish tradition, her legacy continues to thrive, a source of inspiration for women and men alike. They look to her not only as a historical figure but as a symbol of strength and resilience, reminding them that their voices matter. The interpretation of Deborah in Jewish texts evolves, reflecting the changing tides of society and the enduring quest for equality and justice. As generations pass, the tale of Deborah is retold in homes and synagogues, her life woven into the fabric of Jewish tradition. Scholars, theologians, and everyday people gather to share interpretations of her story, each voice adding to the tapestry of understanding. In some retellings, she emerges as the quintessential leader, while in others, her role as a woman in a man's world is emphasized, challenging the norms of her time. The discussions spark emotions, igniting passion and debate, and each conversation breathes life into her legacy anew. Through the ages, Deborah's story transcends time and remains relevant, a clarion call for justice and empowerment. Her image is one of complexity, a woman of strength who embodies both warrior and nurturer. The resonances of her life stretch into modernity, as people grapple with their own battles for rights, justice, and recognition. In the face of adversity, they find courage in her tale, a reminder that change begins with one voice, one heart that dares to stand up. In the quiet of a crowded synagogue, as candles flicker and prayers rise, her name is invoked and her story is shared. The atmosphere thickens with reverence. Children listen wide-eyed, adults nod, and the air is charged with emotion. It is a moment of connection, where past and present coalesce, and the spirit of Deborah ignites the hearts of all who gather. Her legacy is not confined to history but lives on in every struggle for justice, every fight against oppression. In the distance, the echoes of her victory songs reverberate, and her spirit lingers, urging the next generation to find their voices, to lead with strength, and to never underestimate the power of a single woman's dream. With each retelling, her tale becomes a living testament to the enduring fight for equality, a flame that refuses to be extinguished, lighting the way for those who follow in her footsteps. The story of Deborah is far from over. It continues to unfold, bridging the gap between ancient struggles and modern aspirations, forever resonating in the hearts of those who dare to dream and to lead. As the sun dipped below the jagged hills of ancient Israel, casting a golden hue over the land, a stirring silence fell over the encampment. It was a moment thick with anticipation, charged with the weight of countless lives hanging in the balance. The people gathered, their faces etched with worry, eyes darting toward their leader, a woman named Deborah. She stood tall, a figure of both authority and compassion, the wind teasing her hair, framing her resolute expression. History would remember her not just as a judge but as a beacon of hope in a tumultuous time, an unexpected leader in a world steeped in male dominance. In the dusty streets of the ancient city of Ramah, whispers fluttered like the wings of startled birds. Deborah's leadership was not merely a tale of authority. It was a testament to faith and courage, a stage where divine purpose met human frailty. Her role as a prophetess and a judge was groundbreaking, demanding respect in a society that often relegated women to the shadows. Yet, there she stood, unyielding, embodying both strength and grace, ready to guide her people through war, fear, and uncertainty. The stirring stories of Deborah's leadership echo through time, igniting a fire in the hearts of many who seek to understand what it means to lead with faith in God. Her spirit resonates, calling out to those shackled by the limitations of their contexts. Those who looked upon her were not merely seeking a military commander. They were eager for a sign of divine favor in a time of despair. Deborah was that sign, her leadership a declaration that God's plans often unfurl in the most unexpected ways. In the sacred texts, she is depicted not just as a woman who commanded armies, but as one who listened intently to the words of the Lord. The Bible tells of a time when she called for Barak, a military leader who would carry out the battle against the Canaanite oppressor Sisera. Yet, it was not Barak who initiated this divine mission. It was Deborah's unwavering faith that propelled him forward. "If you go with me, I will go. But if you do not go with me, I will not go," Barak replied, revealing the deep-seated fear that shadowed even the strongest warriors. Yet Deborah's response was powerful and filled with conviction, promising not just guidance but divine assurance. "Certainly, I will go with you," she declared, her voice steady. "But the road on which you are going will not lead to your glory. What does it mean for a woman to lead in a world that often questions her authority?" Deborah's character answers this profound question with a resounding affirmation. She didn't just lead, she inspired. In her presence, warriors found courage, and those who doubted felt emboldened. She became a symbol of what it means to embrace God's calling, casting aside societal expectations. To those who listened to her, her words were not just commands but a melody of divine assurance. The people of Israel, weary from oppression, began to see in her what they had long forgotten, a glimmer of hope. The battlefield was more than a physical space. It was a place where Deborah's faith met the fierce determination of her people. As the clash of swords and the cries of battle filled the air, Deborah stood as a living testament to the power of faith intertwined with action. Even in the chaos, she was the calm at the center of the storm, aware that every decision she made was infused with a higher purpose. The hearts of those around her beat in rhythm with her unwavering resolve, a collective pulse of bravery that surged through the ranks as they advanced against Sisera. Biblical scholars have often pondered the significance of Deborah's story in the larger narrative of Christian faith. She transcends the boundaries of her time, challenging the gender norms and cultural barriers that sought to define her. In her, many see the embodiment of God's calling to all believers, men and women alike, to rise above their circumstances and trust in His plan. Her legacy speaks to the empowerment that comes from divine purpose, a theme that echoes through the ages, reminding modern believers that God often chooses the unlikely to carry out His will. The aftermath of the battle was nothing short of miraculous. Sisera's defeat reverberated through the land, a victorious anthem that would be sung for generations to come. And as Deborah and Barak sang praises, their voices intertwined with joy and gratitude. In that moment, they celebrated not just a military win but the profound realization that faith can indeed move mountains. Yet beneath the surface of that celebration lay the deeper truth. Deborah's leadership was never solely about victory. It was a call to action, a reminder that divine guidance often comes to those willing to listen. In the quiet moments after the storm of battle, when hearts were still racing and adrenaline began to fade, Deborah reflected on the journey that had brought her here. She looked out over the valley, filled with the remnants of her people's struggles, and understood the weight of her role, not just as a leader but as an instrument of God's grace. Each challenge she faced had carved her into the leader she had become, illuminating the path for others to follow. Her story continues to resonate, sparking discussions that ignite passion in both men and women yearning for a faith that transcends tradition. It becomes an invitation to reflect on what true leadership looks like, a blend of trust, courage, and unwavering faith. Deborah's leadership is not just a historical account. It is a living legacy that stirs the hearts of believers, compelling them to forge their own paths with confidence and humility. As the sun set over the horizon, casting long shadows on the land, the whispers of Deborah's story grew louder, echoing through the hearts of those who would carry it forward. The next chapter was just beginning, and her voice would guide them still, a haunting melody that would not be easily forgotten. The air buzzed with anticipation, a promise that the story of faith and courage was far from over. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the bustling streets of a town caught in the grip of change. Deborah stood at the edge of the market square, her heart pounding in rhythm with the cries of merchants hawking their wares. She felt the weight of history pressing down on her, a reminder of the stories woven into the fabric of her very being. As she watched families scurry about, their lives intertwined with the politics of the day, she understood that she was not just a participant in her own story. She was a thread in a much larger tapestry that stretched back through generations. Her mind flickered to the struggles of those who came before her, women who had fought valiantly for their rights, standing tall against a tide of oppression that threatened to drown them. The suffragettes marched with fierce determination, their voices echoing through the streets as they demanded to be heard. Each rally, each protest, was a battle cry that resonated within Deborah's chest. The stakes were high, and the price of silence was too great to bear. She could feel the echoes of their chants in her bones, urging her to continue the fight. This was not just about her. It was about every woman who had been silenced, every child who had been denied a future. Deborah felt a flutter of hope mixed with fear as she considered the lives that hung in the balance. Her journey had begun not just in her own backyard but in places far removed, countries where women were still shackled by tradition, their voices stifled. The contrast was stark. In some corners of the world, women were still fighting for the right to read and write, while here, she was fighting for representation and equality in the halls of power. As she walked deeper into the crowd, she noticed a group of women standing together, their heads bowed in solemn conversation. They were discussing a recent legislative change, one that threatened to roll back hard-won rights. The air was thick with tension, and Deborah could feel the heat rising from their collective frustration. Each word exchanged was like a spark, igniting their resolve to push back against the injustices they faced. This was a moment in time where voices united could challenge the status quo, and Deborah felt a fierce pride swell within her. The stories of women like Deborah were becoming more than personal accounts. They were becoming the backbone of a movement, a wave rising against centuries of silence. She thought of the brave women who had come before her, those who had taken to the streets when they were told to remain quiet. Each act of defiance was a chapter in a larger narrative, one that would reverberate through generations. The urgency of their struggles filled Deborah's heart with a sense of purpose. She was alive in a moment where change was possible, and she could feel the pulse of history urging her on. But with each step forward came the reality of backlash. The voices of dissent grew louder, warning against the dangers of change. Deborah could almost hear their whispers, laden with fear and tradition. They painted her aspirations as reckless, a threat to the very fabric of society. Yet, as she navigated her way through the throngs of people, she felt an electric charge in the air, a sense of awakening. These fears were not new. They were the same echoes that had once stifled the suffragettes, the same cries that had tried to silence generations of women. But Deborah knew that change was ultimately born from struggle, and struggle required courage. In a nearby park, a rally began to take shape, vibrant flags waving like beacons of hope. Deborah joined the throng, her heart racing with adrenaline. The speakers on stage shared stories of resilience, their voices weaving a narrative that forged connections among the crowd. Each tale was a reminder that the fight was not over. It was evolving. The socio-political landscape was shifting, and it was up to this generation to steer its course. Deborah felt a surge of determination as she listened to the calls for justice, for equality. The chants rose and fell like waves crashing against the shore, each one an affirmation of their collective power. But even as the crowd rallied together, Deborah couldn't shake the feeling that the struggle was far from over. With every heartbeat, she was reminded of the fragility of progress. It was a delicate balance, one where every gain could be lost if they faltered. The anger and hope intertwined within her, creating an urgent desire for change that felt almost tangible. It was a reminder that history was not just a record of the past. It was a living entity, shaped by the choices made in the present. And then, as if on cue, a flash of conflict erupted near the stage. A counter-protest had emerged, voices raised in opposition, their slogans a stark contrast to the cries for equality. Deborah's heart sank as she witnessed the clash, the deep-seated divisions that still permeated society. Every shout seemed to echo the fears of those who believed progress threatened their very way of life. It was a confrontation that underscored the very essence of her fight. Progress would not come without resistance, and she felt the chill of that reality seep into her bones. Yet, in that moment of chaos, something incredible happened. The unity of those standing for change shone through the darkness. Hands clasped together, voices lifted in harmony, Deborah felt an overwhelming sense of solidarity. This was not merely a fight for women. It was a fight for humanity, for every voice that had been muted for far too long. The tension hung in the air, crackling with the promise of transformation. Deborah stood firm, her heart echoing the cries of 1,000 women before her. The socio-political implications of her story stretched far beyond her own life. They reverberated through time, weaving connections that spanned continents and cultures. As the rally intensified, with voices rising to challenge oppression, Deborah felt the fire of history igniting within her. Each heartbeat, each breath, was a reminder that the fight for justice was alive and well, and she was right in the middle of it. And as the echoes of their chants filled the air, she realized that the true strength of her story lay not just in her own courage, but in the collective power of those who stood beside her, ready to confront the challenges of the world. The fight was far from over, and with each moment, Deborah felt an unyielding resolve to carry the torch forward, a flame that would light the path for generations to come. In a hushed room filled with the flickering glow of candlelight, a woman stands poised, a crown of victory upon her brow, her voice resonant with authority. The air hums with tension, as if the very walls themselves are holding their breath. This is Deborah, the prophetess and warrior, a figure whose legacy has transcended time, inspiring countless artists and writers throughout the centuries. Her spirit dances in the vibrant strokes of a painting, pulses in the rhythm of a poem, and echoes in the whispers of those who dare to write her story. The earliest depictions of Deborah can be traced back to the ancient scrolls of the Hebrew Bible. Here, she emerges as a beacon of strength and wisdom, a woman leading her people in a time of turmoil. The words leap off the parchment, imbued with emotion. She judged Israel at that time. Each letter pulsates with a heartbeat, inviting readers to step into the world of the past, to feel the weight of her decisions and the burden of her leadership. Artists of the time, fueled by reverence, crafted images that captured her profound spirit, a woman not just beneath the shadows of men, but standing resolutely in the light, arms raised in triumph. As centuries turned, the Renaissance brought with it an explosion of creativity, and Deborah became a muse for many. In the works of Renaissance artists, she was not merely a character from ancient texts. She transformed into a symbol of empowerment. Inspired by her strength, they spun verses that sang of courage, weaving her legacy into the fabric of their own struggles. Words flowed like a river, capturing the tumult of emotions that surged in the face of adversity. One poet wrote of her as a lioness among the sheep, a formidable force standing alone against the tides of oppression. The rhythm of the lines danced with urgency, a call to arms that reverberated through the hearts of those yearning for change. Deborah was no longer just a historical figure. She became a rallying cry for women to rise and claim their power. In the realm of literature, the 20th century saw Deborah reborn in the pages of novels and plays, her character rich with depth and complexity. Writers portrayed her as a symbol of the fight for justice and equality. In a gripping narrative, she navigates the treacherous waters of betrayal and loyalty, her decisions leading to both triumph and tragedy. Readers felt the weight of her inner struggles, her dreams flickering like a candle in the wind. The tension built with every turn of the page, her fate hanging in the balance, mirroring the lives of women across the globe who wrestled with their own battles. The modern era, marked by a resurgence of feminist thought, further ignited the flame of Deborah's legacy. She became a figure of inspiration in contemporary art, a canvas of empowerment splashed with colors of defiance and resilience. Artists painted murals in urban landscapes, breathing life into her story through vibrant hues and bold strokes. Each mural told a tale of strength, inviting passers-by to pause and reflect on the power that lies within every individual. The images of Deborah, fierce and unyielding, served as a reminder that the fight for equality was still ongoing, echoing through the streets like a battle cry. In literature, Deborah emerged as a protagonist in novels that challenged societal norms, her character embracing both vulnerability and strength. She navigated through worlds filled with limitations, her journey resonating with the struggles of many. As the pages turned, readers felt the pulse of her heart, the cadence of her breath, each moment brimming with raw emotion. The dramatic twists and turns in her life sparked goosebumps, connecting her spirit with those who dared to dream of a world where women could stand side by side with men as equals. As the 21st century unfolds, the legacy of Deborah continues to inspire. In theater, her story takes center stage, captivating audiences with performances that blend powerful monologues and striking visuals. Actors embody her essence, their voices ringing out with passion as they portray her struggles and victories. The atmosphere crackles with energy, the audience holding their breath, utterly engrossed. Each performance serves as a testament to the timeless nature of her story, a reminder that the fight for justice knows no bounds. With every artistic representation and literary interpretation, Deborah endures. A symbol of hope, a warrior against injustice. Her spirit alive in the hearts of those who strive for change. The brushstrokes of artists, the verses of poets, the narratives of writers, all pulse with the same heartbeat, connecting past to present, weaving a tapestry rich with courage. Her legacy beckons from the pages, reminding everyone that history is not just a series of events. It is a living, breathing story filled with emotion, struggle, and triumph. Under the glow of the spotlight, amidst the breathless anticipation of the audience, one can feel her presence, powerful and unyielding. Deborah stands not only as a historical figure, but as an eternal flame, illuminating the path for generations to come. The echoes of her voice reverberate through time, urging all to listen. Listen to the stories of women who, like her, dared to rise. And as the last note fades and the curtain falls, the story is not over. It lingers, weaving seamlessly into the fabric of the present, igniting the flames of passion in the hearts of those who dare to dream of a brighter tomorrow. In the dim light of the ancient Hebrew tent, the air thick with tension and anticipation, a woman stands at the center of a gathering that hums with urgency. Her name is Deborah, a figure cloaked in wisdom and strength, radiating a sense of calm authority. In a world dominated by men, she emerges not just as a judge, but as a beacon of hope, daring others to believe that leadership can wear a woman's face. The buzz of whispered doubts and admiration fills the space around her, and within that bustling crowd, it's easy to feel the electricity of her presence. As time marches forward, Deborah's story does not vanish into the annals of history. Instead, it takes on new life, sparking interpretations that stretch far beyond the ancient texts. Today, scholars and enthusiasts alike peel back layers of her character, revealing not just a leader but a warrior, a prophetess who carried the weight of her people's hopes and fears. Some envision her as a fierce feminist icon, the first woman to rise against patriarchal constraints, remaining unapologetically herself in a world that demanded conformity. Others see her as a mother figure, nurturing a fledgling nation, guiding not through brute force but through compassion and insight. In a modern classroom, the discussion ignites as students lean forward, their faces lit with determination. What if Deborah's story is not just about the past? One voice calls out, breaking through the stillness like a crack of thunder. What does her leadership mean for us today? The question floats in the air, stirring hearts and minds. Each student feels the weight of it, the desire to draw parallels between Deborah's courage and their own struggles. The very notion that a woman led armies and spoke with authority resonates powerfully, echoing through time as they confront their own battles against inequality. Meanwhile, in another corner of society, artists pick up their brushes, sculptors their chisels. They turn to Deborah as a muse, channeling her indomitable spirit into their work. A mural of her fierce visage rises on a city wall, painted not just with colors, but with the hopes of the community. Her eyes, brimming with wisdom and fierce determination, challenge passersby to recognize the power within themselves. The mural becomes a rallying point, a symbol of the fight for justice, equality, and the right to lead, reminding everyone that Deborah's legacy still reverberates with meaning today. In another space, a group of activists gathers, their hearts beating with shared conviction. They find inspiration in Deborah's story, recognizing the power of female leadership in their own fights for social change. "We are all Deborahs in our own right," one of them declares, raising a fist in solidarity. "Let's not wait for permission to lead. Let's break barriers." The room ignites with energy, their voices rising in a chorus of hope, echoing the ancient battle cries that once stirred the hearts of Israel. Here, Deborah transforms from a historical figure into a living, breathing embodiment of resilience. her spirit woven into the fabric of modern struggles. Yet, the interpretations of her role are not without contention. There are voices that question the simplicity of labeling Deborah as a feminist icon. Some argue that her adherence to the societal structures of her time complicates her legacy. Was she truly a pioneer for women, or did she operate within the constraints placed upon her? They ask, presenting a mirror that reflects the complexities of every woman's fight for recognition. The debate rages on, illuminating the diverse perspectives surrounding her character. And in doing so, it deepens the understanding of womanhood and leadership in every era. As the sun sets, casting long shadows across a stage where a play unfolds, Deborah's tale comes alive through the actors' impassioned performances. The audience sits enraptured, hearts pounding with every twist and turn of her journey. With each powerful monologue, the actress portraying Deborah draws them into her world, showing not just her victories on the battlefield but her vulnerabilities, her doubts, and her unshakable resolve. The audience feels her pain as she weeps for her people and cheers as she leads them into battle, their collective breaths hitching in anticipation. This is not just a retelling of an ancient story. It is a revival of the spirit of a leader who refuses to fade into obscurity. In the quiet moments after the lights dim, a palpable silence blankets the theater, filled with the collective contemplation of what Deborah's legacy means to them personally. The whispers of her strength linger in the air, urging them to carry forth her spirit in their daily lives. As mothers, daughters, leaders, and dreamers, they leave with a renewed sense of purpose, armed with the knowledge that the fight for justice, empowerment, and equality is far from over. Deborah's influence continues to shape their paths, lighting the way as they navigate their own journeys. In the realm of literature, authors pen novels that reimagine Deborah as a fierce warrior, a strategist who outsmarts her foes with intellect and grace. Her battles become metaphors for the struggles faced by women today. The pages breathe life into her complexities, showing readers that every leader, like every person, is multifaceted. The words resonate, turning the characters into mirrors reflecting the reader's own aspirations, struggles, and dreams. Across social media platforms, hashtags emerge, igniting conversations that link Deborah's teachings to contemporary issues. Posts swirl with quotes attributed to her, thoughts on female empowerment, and calls for solidarity. The sheer force of her narrative captivates a new generation, each share transforming into a battle cry. Young women rally behind her name, reclaiming spaces once dominated by silence, echoing her words of wisdom as they take on the challenges of their own lives. The spirit of Deborah lives on, not merely as a relic of the past but as an active force, inspiring modern interpreters to redefine what it means to lead with strength and compassion. With every reinterpretation, every brushstroke, and every new story told, her legacy grows richer, intertwining her ancient wisdom with the dreams of a world that continues to strive for justice and equality. From classrooms to theaters, from art galleries to social media feeds, her voice whispers through the ages, urging all who hear it to rise, to fight, and to lead. In the ancient windswept hills of Canaan, where dust mingled with the cries of war and the whispers of prophets, there stood a woman whose presence was as commanding as the fierce sun that beat down on the land. Deborah, the prophetess and judge, was not merely a figurehead in a male-dominated society. She was a beacon of strength in a time when women were often silenced, their voices muffled under the weight of tradition. Her story pulses with a raw energy that resonates through the ages, a testament to the power of a woman unafraid to claim her place at the helm of her people's destiny. As the Israelites languished under the oppression of the Canaanite king Jabin, their cries for a savior echoed through the valleys. It was Deborah who answered that call, rising from the shadows of a patriarchal world to lead her people against their oppressors. The very act of her leadership sent tremors through the societal fabric of her time. In a society that often relegated women to the background, she stepped into the limelight, demanding attention and respect. Her courage was a spark, igniting the flames of rebellion in the hearts of those who had long been subjugated. The story of Deborah is not merely one of war and victory. It is rich with emotional depth and layered complexities. Each moment she stands before Barak, the military leader, is charged with tension. Barak, though brave, hesitated in the face of her call to arms, and it was Deborah's unyielding spirit that propelled him forward. "If you go with me, I will go," he said, a vulnerability in his voice that revealed the fear lurking beneath his bravado. Deborah's response was both fierce and compassionate. "I will go with you," she affirmed, "but the glory will not be yours." It was a reminder, a revelation, that often the most powerful leaders are those who elevate others, even as they shine in their own right. The battle against Sisera, Jabin's commander, became a battleground not just of swords and shields, but of ideologies. In a world where men donned armor and wielded weapons, Deborah commanded her own form of strength, a strength that transcended physical might. Her wisdom and foresight were potent weapons against the dark forces threatening her people. She stood not behind a man, but beside him, a true partner in the quest for freedom. In those moments, the very essence of feminism is laid bare. The story illustrates that leadership knows no gender, and that a woman's voice can carry the weight of nations. As the army clashed on the fields of battle, the air thick with dust and determination, there was a palpable sense of urgency as Deborah urged Barak forward. The roar of the chariots and the cries of warriors mingled with the beating of Deborah's heart, an unwavering rhythm that echoed the pulse of life itself. The narrative captures the tension of the moment, the triumph of courage over fear, the audacity to challenge the status quo. This was not merely a fight for survival. It was a fight for identity, a clarion call for justice that would resonate through time. But Deborah's story extends beyond the battlefield. It invites contemplation on the role of women in society, how they have been both celebrated and cast aside. A feminist perspective highlights the layers of meaning in Deborah's leadership. She represented a shift in the narrative, a challenge to the prescribed roles of women as passive supporters. Her story serves as a reminder that women have always played pivotal roles in shaping history, even when their contributions have been overlooked or erased. And then, there was Jael, the woman who took down Sisera, driving a tent peg through his temple while he lay vulnerable in her tent. The audacity of this act sends ripples of admiration and horror through generations. Jael's actions were not just a personal victory, but a striking commentary on the power women wield when pushed to the edges of survival. Her decisive action was a culmination of Deborah's leadership, a fierce sisterhood that echoed through their shared resistance. In this juxtaposition of Deborah's strategic mind and Jael's brutal strength, we find the multifaceted nature of femininity, nurturer and warrior, wise leader and fierce protector. The emotional tapestry of Deborah's tale is woven with threads of resilience and defiance. It invokes the raw feelings of joy and sorrow, hope and despair. As the Israelites sang their victory songs, celebrating their newfound freedom, the echoes of their triumph were laced with the voices of women who had fought alongside Deborah, whose stories remained largely untold. In the background, the silent sacrifices of mothers, daughters, and sisters lingered, their strength an undercurrent that bolstered the visible warriors. Deborah's legacy does not conclude with her victory. It ripples into the future, inspiring generations to challenge the norms that seek to bind them. The very act of her stepping into the role of a leader is a revolutionary statement, one that resonates with the ongoing struggle for gender equality. The feminist lens through which we view her story reveals the depths of her impact, shining a light on the necessity of female voices in all spheres of life. As the narrative unfolds, it is essential to hear the hushed whispers of women who have walked the path of Deborah, whose stories connect them across time and space. The echoes of their triumphs and trials form a chorus that demands to be heard, an anthem for those who dare to stand up, to speak out, to lead. The story of Deborah becomes not just her own, but a shared legacy, a call to arms for women everywhere. The tension hangs in the air like the promise of a storm, a reminder that Deborah's story does not end here. It flows seamlessly into the lives of countless women who have followed in her footsteps, each one carrying a piece of her courage within them. As the dust settles on the battlefield, the fight for justice continues, and the legacy of Deborah lives on, a mighty river of strength and defiance that rushes toward an uncertain future. In this ongoing saga, the fight for equality thrives, echoing the call of a prophetess who proved that a woman's voice can indeed change the world. In the flickering light of a campfire, a group of young women sat rapt, their eyes wide and faces illuminated by the flames. They listened as a wise elder told the story of Deborah, a figure who lived thousands of years ago and yet felt oh so close. As the elder spoke of her courage, wisdom, and unmatched strength, the air crackled with an energy that buzzed like electricity. What was it about Deborah that made her story resonate so deeply, even in a world so far removed from hers? Deborah, the prophetess and judge of ancient Israel, was no ordinary woman. In a time when the world was dominated by men, she stood tall and unwavering, leading her people with a fierce sense of justice. With every word that left her lips, she inspired those around her to rise, to stand against oppression, and to believe in the power of their own voices. In a society where women were often silenced, she was a clarion call, a reminder that one person could change the course of history. As the elder continued, she painted a vivid picture of the battles Deborah fought, not just against physical foes, but against the very fabric of societal norms that confined women. In that moment, the young women felt it. They felt the weight of their own struggles, the obstacles they faced in their everyday lives. It dawned on them that Deborah's legacy was not something lost in the annals of time. It was a living, breathing force that coursed through their veins, making them stronger and more resilient. In today's society, where gender inequality still casts a long shadow, Deborah's story remains achingly relevant. Women around the world continue to fight against the same injustices she faced. The rise of female leaders, activists, and thinkers today echoes Deborah's strength. Like her, they rise to the occasion, leading protests, advocating for change, and demanding a seat at the table. Each time a woman stands up and speaks out, it is as if Deborah's spirit ignites within her, propelling her forward with an unquenchable fire. At a recent rally, chants filled the streets as waves of women marched side by side. They carried signs that read, "Her voice matters," and "We are unstoppable." Among them stood a young woman, her heart racing, as she recalled the tale of Deborah. She felt an ancient connection to that fierce leader, and in that moment, her fear faded away. Deborah had shown her that even the mightiest warriors could start as mere whisperers of change. The flickering flames of courage spread from generation to generation, and she was just one of many carrying the torch. As the elder spoke, her voice resonated with the weight of history. She reminded them of the time Deborah called upon Barak to lead an army against Sisera, the oppressor. With unwavering faith, she told him, "Go! The Lord will deliver Sisera into your hands." Those words were not just a call to arms, but a declaration of faith and trust. It was a reminder that true leadership often means empowering others, believing in their potential even when they doubt themselves. In modern conference rooms and board meetings, whispers of doubt still linger. Women face challenges that make them question their worth and abilities. Yet each time someone remembers Deborah's story, a flicker of hope ignites. It whispers to them, "You are capable. You are worthy." This kind of reassurance has the power to shift the narrative, to inspire a new generation to rise and fight against the tide of inequality. In the quiet moments, during solitary reflections, the legacy of Deborah wraps around the shoulders of women like a warm shawl. They remember her bravery as they navigate the complexities of their own lives. Each decision, every small victory, feels like a tribute to her. The tears shed in frustration become droplets of determination. The quiet moments of doubt transform into rallies of strength as they take a stand against injustice. On college campuses, young women gather under trees to discuss their aspirations and fears. They share stories of their struggles, their voices intertwining like threads of a tapestry. They draw inspiration from Deborah's leadership, weaving her lessons into their own lives. "If she could do it, so can I," they say, and suddenly the path ahead seems less daunting. The shadows of doubt begin to lift, and in their conversations, the air thickens with possibility. The elder spoke of the unique bond between Deborah and Jael, the woman who ultimately defeated Sisera, a symbol of how women can lift one another up. This relationship sparked something in the hearts of those gathered around the fire. It reminded them that sisterhood is a powerful catalyst for change. Women supporting women. What a revolutionary act that is. Each gesture of kindness, every word of encouragement, becomes a brick in the foundation of empowerment. As the night deepened, the stories flowed freely, echoing the uncertainty and hope of women today. They spoke of the challenges they faced in their own lives, balancing careers and family, navigating societal expectations, and breaking glass ceilings that still felt impossibly high. Yet, in each tale, there was an undeniable thread of resilience woven in, echoing the legacy of Deborah. The flame flickered, casting shadows that danced on the faces of the listeners. And with every story, Deborah's spirit seemed to grow stronger, spreading warmth and encouragement. The elder recounted how Deborah's faith led a nation to victory, how her belief in something greater than herself inspired others to fight for their freedom. As the stories merged into one powerful narrative, it became clear. Deborah's journey did not end. It evolved, becoming a part of every woman's story who dared to dream, who dared to fight. The air grew thick with anticipation as the elder raised her voice, speaking of the future. She reminded them that their struggles were not in vain, that the spirit of Deborah lived on in their hearts. The young women leaned in closer, captivated by the echo of their own lives intertwined with the past. Each word resonated deeply, leaving an indelible mark on their souls. In the stillness of the night, as the fire began to dwindle, they understood this truth. Deborah's fight was not just hers, but theirs as well. The weight of history pressed upon them, and yet it felt light as they lifted their voices together, whispering prayers of hope, strength, and unwavering resolve. The flame of Deborah would never die. It lived on in each heart, igniting a fire that would burn for generations to come. In the ancient land of Canaan, the air crackled with tension. The sun hung high in the sky, casting long shadows on the dusty ground, as soldiers prepared for battle. Among them stood a woman, her presence commanding respect and attention. Deborah, a prophetess and judge, was not just a figure of authority. She was the heart of her people, their unwavering spirit in the face of adversity. Her voice, both soothing and fierce, rose above the clamor, igniting a fire in the hearts of men who had lost hope. As she summoned Barak, the reluctant warrior, a palpable anxiety hung in the air. He hesitated, burdened by doubt, but Deborah's unwavering gaze pierced through his hesitation. "Go," she insisted, her voice steady and resolute. "The Lord will lead you." In that moment, her faith transformed Barak's fear into courage, an extraordinary power that reverberated through the ranks. It was not merely her words, but the embodiment of unshakable conviction that inspired him to rise against overwhelming odds. This was leadership, raw and unfiltered, emerging from a woman in a time when such authority was seldom granted. Deborah's story is not just a tale from a distant past. It's a profound lesson in leadership that resonates today. In boardrooms, classrooms, and communities worldwide, echoes of her influence ripple through the fabric of modern leadership models. Her ability to balance empathy with strength, her role as a nurturer and warrior, reveals a duality that many leaders strive to emulate. She stands as a beacon, urging the world to embrace the power of collaboration over dominance, compassion over control. Her judgments were not mere decisions. They were acts of justice that resonated with the people. When she settled disputes beneath her palm tree, it was not just her wisdom that drew the crowds, but the respect she commanded. Deborah listened, she understood, and only then did she speak. This model of inclusive leadership, where every voice mattered, is a cornerstone of today's most effective leadership styles. It's about creating a space where ideas flow freely, where innovation thrives amid a diverse tapestry of thoughts and experiences. As the years turned into centuries, Deborah's legacy did not fade. Instead, it evolved, adapting to the shifting dynamics of society. In classrooms across the globe, educators find themselves inspired by her methods. They encourage participation, seek out individual perspectives, and strive to foster environments where every student feels valued. Deborah's essence lives on in the way teachers ignite passion in their students, steering them towards collaboration instead of competition. The emotional connection, the trust she fostered, becomes the foundation of their influence, leaving an indelible mark on future generations. In the corporate world, her principles are mirrored in modern leadership theories. The concept of servant leadership, where leaders prioritize the needs of their team, draws heavily from Deborah's nurturing spirit. Leaders today are encouraged to lift others, to empower employees to take ownership of their tasks while providing guidance and support. The most successful companies understand that the strength of their leadership lies not in authority but in the relationships they cultivate, much like Deborah with her people. The narratives surrounding Deborah serve as poignant reminders of resilience in challenging times. The battles she fought were not just physical. They were struggles against societal norms, expectations, and limitations imposed upon women. Her story propels the ongoing conversation about gender equality in leadership roles. Women today, striving to shatter glass ceilings, find strength in her legacy. They invoke her spirit as they navigate male-dominated spaces, proving that leadership knows no gender. In their hearts, they carry the whispers of Deborah, urging them to stand tall, speak loudly, and lead bravely. Her influence extends beyond gender. It speaks to the essence of leadership itself. In moments of crisis, when emotions run high and decisions feel insurmountable, the spirit of Deborah emerges. Leaders are reminded to listen deeply, to assess the needs of their teams, and to act with integrity. Her story provides a blueprint for navigating the complexities of human emotion, demonstrating that vulnerability can coexist with strength. It's a powerful reminder that true leadership is not about fear or control. It's about connection, understanding, and unwavering faith in the potential of others. The lessons of Deborah weave through the fabric of time, creating a seamless thread connecting ancient wisdom with contemporary practices. Each generation draws on her story, adapting her teachings to their unique challenges. As history unfolds, her legacy becomes an eternal source of strength, illuminating the path for those willing to embrace their own leadership journey. The battlefield of Sisera was fraught with chaos, yet in that tumultuous arena, Deborah defined what it meant to lead with purpose. Her voice rallied the troops, her spirit ignited courage, and her actions carved a path to victory. In today's world, every meeting, every negotiation, every moment of influence is an echo of her unwavering resolve. It's a call to be bold, to embrace the power of unity, and to lead with both heart and mind. A reminder that true leaders are forged through the fires of adversity and the strength of their convictions. As the sun set on the battlefield, enveloping the land in hues of orange and gold, Deborah's legacy shimmered in the twilight, a guiding star for future leaders. Those who dare to embrace her teachings find themselves woven into a tapestry of resilience and strength, where leadership transcends time, and the spirit of Deborah lives on, eternally inspiring, eternally powerful. In a dimly lit church, where the flickering candles cast shadows like wraiths on the walls, a weary congregation gathered. Outside, a storm raged, echoing the turmoil within. The air was thick with uncertainty, and yet, in that fragile moment, faith flickered like the flame of a candle, small yet unwavering. It was a scene that had played out many times throughout history, where leaders have stood at the precipice of despair, searching for hope amid chaos. Consider Winston Churchill during the darkest hours of World War II. As London faced the Blitz with bombs raining down like hail, Churchill stood resolute, his voice a lighthouse in the storm. "I have nothing to offer but blood, toil, tears, and sweat," he declared. Those words, simple yet profound, echoed through the hearts of a nation. It was not just his words, but the unwavering faith he displayed that inspired courage in millions. The weight of leadership pressed upon him, and yet he did not falter. He tapped into a reservoir of faith, not merely in a higher power, but faith in his fellow countrymen, in their resilience, and in their shared destiny. In another era, in a small town gripped by the Great Depression, a pastor stood before his flock, his voice trembling with emotion. "We may not know when the sun will shine again," he said, "but we must believe that it will." In that moment, he became more than a spiritual leader. he became a beacon of hope. His faith was contagious, spreading like wildfire in dry brush. They clung to his words, to his faith that the future held promise, that they could weather the storm as a united community. Yet faith in leadership is not without its shadows. The story of the Titanic, a ship deemed unsinkable, is a harrowing reminder of misplaced confidence. Captain Edward Smith, despite the warnings, pressed on through the icy waters of the North Atlantic, believing in the ship's designs. When disaster struck, many questioned his faith, not just in the ship but in his own decisions. This stark contrast serves as a cautionary tale, reflecting the delicate balance between faith and responsibility. Leadership requires not just belief, but wisdom. In crises, blind faith can lead to dire consequences. As the civil rights movement surged through the 1960s, Martin Luther King Jr. stood as a pillar of faith and conviction. "Faith is taking the first step even when you don't see the whole staircase," he proclaimed. His words a rallying cry for justice and equality. The air was charged with electricity as he spoke, each syllable resonating in the hearts of those who marched beside him. His leadership in those turbulent times was fueled by an unwavering faith in a better future. A future he envisioned with every fiber of his being. The struggles were daunting, the stakes high, yet he pressed on, embodying the essence of faith as a powerful catalyst for change. In contrast, history also tells of leaders who stumbled in their faith during moments of crisis. The fall of the Roman Empire spoke not only of military defeat but of a loss of faith. Faith in the institutions, in the leadership, and in the very ideals that built their civilization. The once mighty empire fractured, revealing how faith is the bedrock of an enduring legacy. When that foundation crumbles, chaos flourishes. The echoes of these stories resonate, like a heartbeat within the fabric of history. They remind us that in times of crisis, leadership is tested, both in its strength and its sincerity. It's a fragile dance between hope and despair, where the leader's faith can ignite a spark in the hearts of the downtrodden, offering them a reason to rise again. In more recent history, during the aftermath of Hurricane Katrina, communities found themselves shattered. Amidst the wreckage, leaders emerged from the most unexpected places. Teachers, neighbors, even children, brought together by an undeniable faith in humanity. They didn't wait for directives from above. They stepped up, offering aid, shelter, and a listening ear. Their leadership, born from faith in each other, became a lifeline in the face of despair. It was a powerful reminder that sometimes real leadership is not about authority but about compassion and unwavering faith in people's ability to overcome. As the world grapples with the realities of a pandemic, leaders once again find themselves standing at the crossroads of crisis. In hospitals filled to capacity, doctors and nurses become the new frontline leaders, embodying faith in science and humanity. Their faith manifests in every life they save, every comforting word they offer to frightened patients. With each passing day, their stories intertwine with the struggles of families separated by illness, revealing the universal nature of faith, the bond that connects us all in times of hardship. Yet, amid the heroics, there lurks a tension that cannot be ignored. Leaders who falter, who lose sight of their faith in the people they serve, risk creating a chasm of distrust. As public figures make decisions that seem detached from the realities on the ground, the voices of the people rise in unison, calling for accountability, for a return to genuine faith in leadership. These moments, where faith is both the anchor and the storm, echo through the ages, a testament to the profound connection between faith and leadership. In the quiet of a candlelit church, or the chaos of a city under siege, leaders have the power to inspire, to uplift, and to unite. Their faith, however fractured or fully formed, becomes the thread that weaves through the tapestry of human experience, reminding us that in our darkest hours, hope can flicker back to life. With each heartbeat, each whispered prayer, the story continues to unfold, rich with emotion and urgency. The tale of faith interwoven with leadership is timeless, filled with lessons waiting to be embraced. As we stand on the precipice of the unknown, we watch and wait, knowing that the next chapter is already being written by those brave enough to lead with faith, turning the tide of despair into a wave of hope.